kine ki uta, ki ama taratara ki tai. E hi a ki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei mauri ora. And let us affirm today that we as councillors will work together to serve the citizens of Selwyn District, to always use our gifts of understanding, courage, common sense, wisdom and integrity in all our discussions, dealings and decisions so that we may solve problems effectively. May we always recognise each other's values and opinions, be fair-minded and ready to listen to each other's point of view. In our dealings with each other, let us always be open to the truth of others and ready to seek agreement, slow to take offence and always prepared to forgive. May we always work to enhance the well-being of Selwyn District and its communities. We will. Thank you, everyone. So we're a little bit behind getting started today. There's just been a couple of technical difficulties with the new location, but want to welcome everyone to, I think, the first council meeting proper that I've had in this Nicholas Hall. So it's good to be here in Lincoln today. I want to thank all the submitters for being part of this process. I want to acknowledge that today's conversation and our listening as a council is about an opportunity for people to have their say on the massive range of situations that each individual heart owner finds themselves in, and balancing and providing. Is that microphone towards, is that helpful, having that speaker towards the... Yeah, I'll just keep talking away. Sam is here. Good morning. Welcome back again. We're hoping the volume's getting turned up a bit louder so that you can hear us. This is coming through a microphone. I can pull the microphone closer. Yo, 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 yo. We need the microphone to be working so that you can hear us. This is an important part of today. We want this to be working. And I'm still speaking. And can you hear us now? Is this working? At this volume, we need you to be able to hear us. We're pulling up some chords. We're pushing some buttons. We're working away here with the technical team. Just test it out now. Okay. We're still talking on this. It's not coming through, is it?
Hello.
Yo, 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 yo.
It should be working pretty quietly now.
Hello. Hello. It's your microphone. So that works.
Okay, this one. Can you hear that? Can you still hear it sitting on the table there? You can still hear me? Is that better? Okay. We'll keep it close. And today's for us to listen to you. So it's the other way around today. So we'll make sure the microphones at that end of the table are working, Keith, for you so that we can all hear you. But today, what I was saying is today is our time to listen and to think about all the views that we're going to hear through the day. This is not just about today's process. This has been years and a lot of conversations coming to just acknowledge the work that's gone in by staff. Couple of weeks, and we want to hear everything that you have to say to us through this. The public forum today, and thank you that so many of you have come down to support one another. It's a place to be able to listen and watch what's going on. Shouting and clapping and cheering or booing submissions isn't what the public forum space is today. So just ask you to, if you want to congratulate people after they've spoken, and I think you may want to do that, if I could just ask you to do that quietly to the person after their submission, rather than interrupting the next person getting ready for their submission as they come forward with something that's particularly loud. If you
over the last 14 months. With the short-term licence as possible decision of the 5 years, the council has made our homes zero value, taking away any idea of being a homeowner and therefore classing us as homeless overnight. My home value has decreased by 20,000. Is this a decline that will cut us out of any compensation? The a good return of investment, ROI, able to recoup financial expenditures, and I did a rough estimate last night that over 30 years, the council will get a good return of value of 8 million as it stands today without any increases, and that's not too bad for a small footprint community. Over 30 years, the Upper Selwyn huts will pay into ratepayers and environmental funds and not be a burden to the Selwyn district. We are a low intensity community with a high financial return for the area. I contribute to the Canterbury area by working full time. I invest, spending my wages, paying my way, rates and licence, love their homes and want to stay and support the Selwyn district. I should not be here to defend my home. I should not have to fight for what I have worked for. The council should support its people. I hold the council responsible for the Upper Selwyn huts for financial compensation or grant the deed of licence for at least 30 years plus. Thank you.
Good, Robin. Thank you for
you.
that, sharing that with us. Councillors, any questions of that? Elizabeth?
Thank you. Robin, you talked about being evicted at any time. Can you give me a bit of indication of what goes through your mind about what the council's current trajectory so far has made you feel like you could be evicted over?
I think it's the unpredictability because you can't do anything. You're in this area of being nervous and insecure, and you don't, you can't fix anything, or you don't want to fix anything. You don't want to repair your house. You don't want to, you have this position where you're on standby, and I'm sitting there in my house and I'm going, what do I do? Where do I go? Of not having, you can come home and relax and have a cup of tea and enjoy yourself. And so I'm also thinking, oh my God, I have to do this and I have to do
generations. It is a very special place and continues to be enjoyed by the whole family today. Over the last 18 months, I have met and become acquainted with many members of this community. As recreational hut owners, we didn't know the community particularly well before. A community by nature comprises many different people from many different walks of life. Make no mistake, this community is a real community, the likes of which I suggest many of us do not have. They are resilient. They look out for each other, and they deserve to be treated with respect and dignity, as do all communities in the Selwyn district. I'm very disappointed in the council process. The lack of consideration given to your own expert reports, which do not support the need for an early end, to the legal opinion outlining that you are not bound to a finite term, and to your legal obligation talking about the need for a framework to plan how they handle environmental events when they occur, and the need to look into options for mitigation. This council clearly thinks Days Road is an issue as per the consultation document, yet there has been no investigation of mitigation solutions. Our community is willing and able to work with council on mitigation strategies when required. However, you appear to have skipped these steps and headed straight to the disestablish a community option before anything has even happened. This is an unfair and unnecessary use of power, given that you seem unable to supply our community with evidence-based reasons. Your predetermined consultation question on licence term infers that a finite term has already been decided. If this is true, and I certainly hope it isn't, and the consultation process is just an expensive box-ticking exercise, you will not only have caused this community an immense level of stress, but will force a loss of equity for all homeowners and create a strong possibility that some will be made homeless. Our loss of 104 years of family history and memories I sincerely hope that you all think very carefully when voting on these decisions. Your decisions will impact significantly on many people's lives. Based on the evidence we have in front of us, the right decision is a licence term of 30 years with rights of renewal for further terms, subject to environmental triggers with specific triggers to be agreed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jo. Councillor, is there any questions of Jo's submission? Yeah, Elizabeth?
Hi, Jo. Have you given any thoughts to what sort of environmental triggers you feel would be warranted for such a drastic result for the Selwyn Huts future?
Well, it would have to be a significant event, you know, a huge event, really. It's not happened. It's not happened yet. So, you know, we start talking about it when it happens.
Can you give any examples around the country of a significant event? Like,
Well, what
for
happened
example,
in Tasman recently was significant, you know, huge. People's homes and, you know, livelihoods. That's huge. That's the sort of size event I'm talking about. Not just a bit of water on the road.
Thank you, Jo. Thanks for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next presenter is Kerry Gwynn.
I'm the guy.
No relation, Kerry. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, that one.
This one here?
Yeah.
addressed that one already.
Yeah, good. Hi, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you guys. Obviously 5 minutes is not very long, so I'm just going to focus on a couple of points, primarily your self-created obligations and environmental issues. So we have owned, as Joe said, the hut for 104 years. Grandma bought it off Mr. Gibby and for £25, which is a hut and boat. And we think it's a World War I army hut, which is now encased by the rest of our hut. It's gone to my parents and now to myself, my brother and sister. It's always been great to be down at the huts, and it's a great community and the fighting spirit. And a lot of that now has been triggered by the actions of the Selwyn District Council. So thank you for that. It's the only thing I can say thank you for, really, because everything else is bad. But we have formed a great community through that. If you're looking for something to do, I'd suggest looking at the decline in the braided river aspect of the Selwyn, perhaps, because when I was a kid, which was about 30 years ago, the Selwyn River looked a lot different to what it does now, and we should be looking at what's the impact's going to be as a result of those changes which are causing problems in the community. Okay, I'm going to focus on a couple of things I said, but just to cover a couple of other points. We had some legal opinions, the committee, but the council replied with a don't agree, effectively. Lagoima requests to the council came back and said, we don't have the material that you want. When I went back and said, so you're saying that after a barrister's opinion of 26 years experience, your only piece of advice is don't agree, we've got a new response back that said now it's covered by legal privilege. So there's clearly some issues that are going on in there, certain things that may require further channels. Covering off the things I'm not really going to talk about particularly, we don't agree with a finite license. It's worked well for 104 years and we're not aware of any reason for that to change. There's been a moving litany of reasons, but none that I can see at the moment that are actually relevant. We don't agree with the bond. It's only really relevant if you're actually trying to remove the huts. And so not having a bond seems like a far more sensible idea. And on the inspections, I'll cover some more on that later in the second thing. So this slide here is from your website. This slide is about your obligations as a Selwyn District Council. There's 6 parts to your strategic obligations. One is about housing. I'm just going to read a small piece of your strategic obligations, and it says, as our population grows and changes, we need to ensure that we have not only enough homes, but that our homes meet the diverse needs of the communities over their lifetime. Our housing must provide for greater choice in the places where people want. Our housing must be accessible, diverse, sustainable, and affordable. So I hope that when you come to think about voting on things, you bear that in mind, because that's certainly relevant in my opinion. This one here is about people and communities, once again from your 6 strategic priorities. And I'll just read the pieces I've highlighted there in red. Our people and communities deserve a place where they feel connected, supported, included, and empowered with the ability to reach their potential and live well. And those things are certainly happening at the Selwyn huts at the moment. And secondly, the second piece in red, we need to ensure that all of our people and communities are able to live rich and fulfilling lives now and in the future. And that's also certainly happening at the Selwyn huts. Oh, sorry. The second piece I was going to cover off, how do I change slides? Just a click.
Yeah, just go.
There we go. Through the activities of the Upper Selwyn Huts community, you developed a procedure a process, and one of the main part of that was the consultants that you employed to talk to the residents, and the Jacobs report came out of that. 2 points that I've highlighted here in red, right, relating to triggers and climate change. The work was not completed due to the change in direction. The work that's talked about there was the investigation of what triggers the huts would consider to be relevant for moving. And the second point, that was page 17, a triggers-based approach is not recommended at this time. And that's advice that the Selwyn District Council ratepayers have paid for, and the Selwyn District Council has now ignored in this consultation document. I do agree that climate change, in my opinion, is going to happen. But I think we need to have a conversation about what the significant event would be, as Joe mentioned, to identify what they would be. And at that point, we should have a conversation. And any license that we sign should allow for that conversation and possibly a change in the license to the extent that if a significant event happens, let's use the word again or subsequently or something, that then the conditions for the license might change. I don't have any problem at all with that. In the time I've been at the huts, which is 66 years rather than the 30 before, we've never had flooding at the huts. The flooding's gone across Days Road. We could mitigate that, but we haven't had flooding at the huts. If there was flooding at the huts, we could mitigate by raising the height of the stop bank. We could open the stop bank up lower. We could put a bund around the huts. Mitigation is an easy thing to think about. But let's have an event. Let's understand what we're mitigating before we start it.
Kerry, thank you for that presentation to us today. We don't have any time for questions for you, but we appreciate you being very clear with us. Thank you. The next presenter is Ian McIntosh.
Oh, wait, Sam, there was actually a question.
I know it's not about whether there was a question, it's about time today. Ian is online. We can't see him at the moment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we're just getting the viewing here sorted for you, Ian.
Thank you.
Yep, Ian, we've got your presentation in front of us now. So if you'd like to begin your presentation, thank you.
Okay. So I've got an abstract of my submission, realising that we've only got 5 minutes. So I'd like to read this out to you. I assume you've got a copy of my very brief summary. This is the third time that I have presented clear and simple scientific evidence to show there is no impending climate reason to limit the residents' time.
Can we just check? Ian, sorry, yeah. Your connection to us dropped off there. So if I could just get you to start from the beginning again. We heard about 2 words and then you froze on us. So I'll get you to start again, please.
Okay. So this is an abstract of my 15-minute presentation, which is what you should have a copy of. So this is the third time that I have presented clear and simple evidence, scientific evidence to show there is no impending climate reason to limit the residents' time for Upper Selwyn Huts residents. Public meetings leading up to this hearing clearly show that the Selwyn District Council believes that sea level rise and climate change justify the imposition of time limits to the Upper Selwyn Huts community. The Selwyn District Council continues to pay consultants to support this view while excluding the evidence that totally rebuffs it. In this submission, I have provided IPCC statements as well as overseas and New Zealand evidence.
Ian, I'm going to have to, sorry, the reception here, we're not able to pick up exactly what you're saying.
Okay. Do you have a copy, a brief copy, my one-page summary?
I don't know if you can hear us as well, but it's very difficult for us to pick up what you're saying.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Ian?
Yes.
If we could pause this presentation from you and figure out if we can get a better connection. Kia ora, Ian, welcome back. Sorry, the connection, either your end or our end, was not very good there. We have reset some things this side, so hopefully it works better. We heard your introduction. If you'd like to, I'll give you the 5 minutes again though to start, but you don't need to go over the first minute of explaining how you got to the 5-minute presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Now, just in case I get cut off again, I have sent to the council. Nisha has a copy, which is an abstract of my submission. So you can read that. There are 8
Yes.
points. Have you got that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, therefore, do I need to present it again? Because we're likely to get cut off again, I assume, because I've had a lot of trouble hearing other people's presentations.
No, we've provided time for you to be able to present today, so you can pull any highlights out of that that you would like to present to us.
Okay. All right. The key for me is that the data is very obvious that there are no impending problems for the residents at Upper Selwyn Huts. This is the third time I've presented. There is ample information, and my latest presentation, which should accompany this, clearly shows that there's another agenda that's happening here. And I'm very concerned that the evidence is so blatantly clear that there has to be another reason. And particularly if you compare slide 13, which is the fact that one of your submitters, one of your consultants has supplied the claim that sea level rise has doubled between 1961 to 2000 versus 1900 to 1960. You can see from my slides 14 through to 17, this is just utter rubbish. The IPCC even makes the statement that there's been no increase in the rate of sea level rise in the 20th century. So it concerns me greatly that you're not hearing both sides of the argument. To be given 5 minutes to present this, I can understand why you have to do that, but being the third time, hopefully you'll go back and see all the data that I presented in the past that defends the fact that there should be an open time period allocated to the Upper Selwyn Huts. And then you can look at trigger points. For example, the actual sea level rise as it slowly increases, and it will be linear, it won't be exponential as is being claimed, then that is when you can make some decisions. But that we're talking probably 100 years before that happens on my calculation. So the information's before you, my summary page is before you. So please consider that. I want to finish by simply saying that history shows us that what happens to cultures that reject the instruction to seek justice, encourage the oppressed, defend the cause of the fatherless, and plead the cause of the widow. In case you don't know, this comes from the foundational document that underpins the success of Western civilization, that is, the Bible. Clearly, the Selwyn District Council's actions to date are in gross violation of this instruction. I think that is blatantly true. If you vote to support the impending term on the Upper Selwyn Huts rather than waiting for future triggers to introduce a staged surrender of the land for residents, it would show that the Selwyn District Council has a hidden agenda that has zero support from the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian, for that, and thanks for persevering with us through the technical issues of also just that was our end, not your end, that was causing the problem. So we appreciate that. Thank you for what you've sent through to us already. In the previous presentations, we have given us the extended version. There's no questions in the room for you, so appreciate your time online with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Rupert Coleman. Kia ora, Rupert.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thanks for the opportunity.
It is on, it should be.
Right button, Sam.
No, that's on at the moment. The red light's on. Yep.
Oh, okay. Move a bit closer. Oh, that sounds better now.
It does.
Awesome. I can talk a bit louder also. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I had a look at the history of the Selwyn Huts.
I'm sorry, we can hear here, so I'm just going to allow it to continue, and hopefully if we're quiet, we'll be able to hear.
Yeah. Oh, good now. Ah, very good. So, I had a look at the history of the Selwyn huts and a look also at not just going back to 1888 when the first huts had been erected, but also going back through the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And what I've heard this morning so far, what I read in the submissions, supported that. What people need in the first place is certainty, and whether this certainty is done by the means of a license or some other means doesn't really matter, but they need certainty, and they need certainty over a period of time. And with certainty, I mean that you can actually come home, sit down, have your cup of tea, and enjoy your home, although you know that things might change in the future, which they have always done over the history of mankind. So I think fixing that would be the foremost obligation of the council, to provide the people that currently live in Selwyn Hut with a clear perspective as to what's ahead of them, and so they can plan with over the next 30 years. And this would be my most and foremost request to the council when you decide on that settlement. The first thing to do is provide people with certainty as to what's ahead in the future, so they can plan. And that also gives you the opportunity to set out a plan that you can stick to and you can follow through. Because what I've seen over the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years is there was an effort to manage things by putting Band-Aid on Band-Aid on Band-Aid, and those Band-Aids are now falling off by the looks of it. And this is how it came to floody winds, and there was all sorts of stuff that got put in front of people, not really meaning that this is the true cause for wanting the settlement to be removed, but just providing some sort of reasoning for doing that. And obviously that hasn't worked, and it won't work in the future. So it needs to have a proper plan that considers everybody and that everybody is on board with. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Rupert. Are there any questions of Rupert? No, we appreciate you coming and presenting that to us. Thank you. The next is Chris Rossiter. Kia ora, Chris. Thank you for coming down today.
Thanks, Ian.
Before you start, can I just check, is that volume okay now? Do we need to turn the volume up overall, or is when we're speaking you can hear us generally okay? Okay.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you've already heard, my name is Chris Rossiter. I've had a connection to the Upper Selwyn huts for my entire life, which spans a bit over 60 years now. My great uncle Norman Rossiter retired to this community and bought a dwelling in 1959. On Norm's death in the 70s, my father purchased his home from his estate, and I have fond memories of coming out from our family home in Cashmere to spend time playing with other local kids, and particularly being allowed to be my own captain and taking the dinghy out on the Selwyn River, powered by an iconic seagull outboard, to fish for trout. Perch and eels were common then, eels still are, perch seem to have disappeared. As soon as I could, I applied for and was granted my firearms licence and added game bird hunting to my list of pastimes, and have enjoyed this pursuit to the current day. I'm a Selwyn district resident and have been for over 25 years. and contribute to New Zealand's gross national product through my work as a milk tanker operator, previously with Synlait out of Dunsandel, now with Fonterra out of Darfield. I'm a pretty normal sort of a bloke. Despite living a good life, I find myself and my community being treated in the most egregious manner by the current council and staff. Imagine the arrogance of a council that feels they have the right to inspect my house to see if it's fit for habitation. This council issued me with a resource consent and building permit to erect a brand new dwelling in 2008. The reason I felt confident to invest in this was a point of law the council have ignored or chosen to overlook. The Reserves Act states that council must manage a reserve for better carrying out the purpose of any reserve for the particular purpose for which it was classified. Given the Upper Selwyn Huts Reserve is classified, as this is a legal definition that council itself sought, special purpose reserve hut settlement. Council have done anything but protect the reserve status, having engaged in deliberate attempts to wipe this community off the face of the earth by requesting legal opinions on the ability of council to stop supplying basic services to the settlement, to saying we're going to become inundated, to saying we're at grave risk of going up in smoke, or that the Selwyn River is going to wash us into Lake Ellesmere. It's interesting that all of these hypotheses have been proven by your own consultants to be bullshit at great and unnecessary cost to the long-suffering district ratepayers, of which I am one. I wish to be treated as one. The absolutely biased and egregious, there's that word again, treatment that has been levelled at the Upper Selwyn Huts community has to stop. The Selwyn District Council needs to man up and treat this group of ratepayers no differently to the rest of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that. Any questions of Chris? No, we appreciate that and sharing your views with us. Thank you. The next presenter is Helen Colenso. Sorry, Helen Colenso, if that wasn't loud enough.
This might be difficult. Good morning, Morena. Might be a bit difficult wanting to move paper and photos around.
Have you got enough space there to do that? We can move the laptop out of your way if you need. Just that microphone will need to be reasonably close, otherwise the public forum
Move that
area can't hear.
microphone back. All right. Yes. The photo on your submission form shows Anderson Avenue. This was named after Dr. Charles Morton Anderson, my great-grandfather. As a fourth-generation hut owner, I ask that you do not prevent my family from becoming fifth and sixth-generation hut owners. You open question 2 with the statement, Council's priority is the safety and well-being of the people in the community. How does that relate to an apparently expressed desire to get rid of that lot? What does it relate to how does it relate to your potential consigning some residents to a homeless existence and therefore a life on the street? Do either of those show you are considering a community's safety and well-being? Over 50% of our community's population is over 60 years of age. Their possible limited earning will make it highly unlikely they will be able to establish themselves anywhere else. Besides, if the deed of license is terminated, our homes are to be destroyed. Who is going to buy a home at the Upper Selwyn Huts knowing that it is going to be destroyed? Therefore, many of the current community have no potential for a house sale, no nest egg, no hope for financial compensation, therefore no money. High-wheeled base vehicles have never had problems arriving at the Selwyn Huts, even in a flood of this level. Where am I up to? There. over the page. In this photo, I challenge anyone to find flood water in the community of the Upper Selwyn Huts. In this photograph, there are two suitably sized areas, one the tennis courts, the other the domain. In that domain, there is a cricket pitched size strip of concrete, so it is not beyond the realms of possibility that a helicopter could land in either of those two locations, should it prove necessary to do so in order to airlift anyone out in an emergency. Cutting off access for 24 hours is not sufficient to warrant an evacuation. Besides, the Upper Selwyn Huts, through past experiences, are always well prepared for a stay of several days. What criteria do you envisage using to ascertain that access is either cut off or unsafe? Road destruction. Deal with situations as and or when they arrive, not a preconceived idea for any situation that has yet to arrive. From the intersection of Pannetts and Days roads, you pass many dwellings, both the upper and lower huts, and ultimately arrive at a boat ramp. This ramp is used by both hut settlements, by DOC, by ECAN, and by several other interested parties. The importance of maintaining this section of road is further evidenced by the fact that Te Waihora is an internationally recognised bird sanctuary, especially for certain rare birds, the Australian bittern, the marsh crake, and the white heron, kotuku, photographed opposite the Upper Selwyn Huts. It is also holds the New Zealand highest population of bird species and also an internationally recognised ecosystem. Therefore, it is important to maintain access to this unique site. This photo is the epitome of the Upper Selwyn Huts community, people gathering together to get rid of the weed of this section so their children could have a clean river in which to swim. And the community here today gathered to fight together for a just and fair decision from the Selwyn District Council. This group met over 60 years ago from the village of the Selwyn Huts, one from Christchurch, one from Auckland, one from this village, and one from the USA. The other photo is of two women in their 90s who can also state their friendship started at the Upper Selwyn Huts, Sunday drives normally finishing at the huts for a cuppa, a friendship that lasted for over 80 years. Notice from the number of residents who have spoken and those yet to speak that there are so many of us prepared to stand up, prepared to be counted, prepared to speak out in a public forum, prepared to be heard in our endeavours to make you understand the potentially huge impact of your soon-to-be counted vote, which contains the wish of some of you to destroy this obviously together community. Lastly, I might say, I conclude with this delightful Facebook post. Good things come to those who believe, better things come to those who are patient, and the best things come to those who don't give up. We will never give up. Do not let your vote contribute to the growing number of homeless people. Do not let your vote be responsible for the total destruction of our entire community.
Helen, thank you for your presentation to us today. I know that there's support for the speakers, but I'll just remind the public forum if we can refrain from loud support like that, because there may be some other people in the room who have other views. You're welcome to share those things with Helen and with others.
Yes, ma'am.
If you want to continue to do that and disrupt the councillors who are here wanting to listen to the speakers, then the privilege of having public forum in the room today is at the bequest of the meeting to allow that to happen. So I just please ask you to reconsider continuing to clap after the submissions, please. Are there any questions for Helen? Yeah, Elizabeth.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify, I may have heard wrong. I thought initially you said that you didn't want there to be a fifth and sixth generation from your family,
No.
but I heard that wrong. You do want a fifth and sixth generation. What
Did
does
I say not?
Yeah.
My daughter will shoot me for that one.
do-
Fifth and sixth generation.
fantastic? What
Yeah.
does it mean to you, to your family, that you have such a strong connection to that generationally, to that community?
An extremely personal question. What it means to me personally is being a Dorkland, I'm sorry, I live in Auckland. I come down at least twice a year, and I come to my hut. I come to my friends. I come to people that I have known for over 60 years. I come to the history of it. I have the most delightful wall in my middle room, smothered in photographs that go all the way back to my mother's 3rd birthday. She died 12 years ago, one day shy of her 98th birthday. So the photos there go all the way back to seeing a car being towed out of Coast Ford by a horse float. Not a horse float, by a big draft horse. So it's a very personal thing for me, and I will never stop coming here.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for that answer.
Can I please now take an extra 1 minute and 28 seconds to read what somebody who was unable to speak for herself wants to say? As an elected councillor
Sorry,
of
Helen.
Darwin District Council,
Sorry,
no,
Helen.
not allowed to.
Helen, sorry, just ask you to stop. Who's it from?
Her name is Anne Thompson.
And did she not want to submit into this process?
She has submitted verbally. To present personally is medically beyond her.
Okay. Is she down in our submission status? There's other people that have told us they're going to speak. So if her written submission has already been given to us, then councillors have that already.
No, this is not. She wrote something else. This is above her written.
Sorry, this is about her written submission.
No, it's about her personally associated with the hut.
But has she submitted through the process?
That I can't answer. I don't know. All I can do at this point in time is say, hey, if there's somebody else who's got an extra minute, can we read that? I'll leave it here.
We'll definitely table that as a part of this. And if there's time when we break for morning tea, then we can have that circulated. And also if someone would like to speak to it, then they can, as you've just offered anyone in the room. Thank you.
Thank you for listening, people. Have a good day.
Yeah. The next presenter is Fiona Nakuru.
You can just the next
Yeah.
There's Anne Thompson, she wants to read out. That Helen asked to read out. No, it should be good, I'm short. Thanks.
Kia ora, Fiona. Thank you for presenting today.
Thank you. Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So I want to, sorry, I'm just going to try and so I can see what you guys can see at the same time. All right. So I want to talk today about the impact and the solutions. Okay. So the impact of the finite decision revelation has been enormous. So please don't underestimate the impact it has had and will continue to have if the current path is followed. Okay, I was going to give some background on myself and Nath. I'm actually speaking for both, just for the person who's watching the time. So I'm going to actually skip this bit and I want to dive into some of my other slides instead. Just move on.
Fiona, sorry, can I just check you're speaking for Nathan as well?
Yes, correct.
Cool.
Yeah, I made that clear at the start. So I hope that was, yeah. So following the finite decision revelations, the questions begin to build. And build. And build some more. And this is the impact it has had for Nath and I. That's what it feels like. And it isn't going away anytime soon. In fact, it will only get worse. After September, council staff get to move on and concentrate on something new, but the ramifications of the decisions made, they stay with us. It's us being forced to live like this. So leaving emotions aside, I look at things in a practical manner. And so these are the options that myself and Nath have looked into. So we have mortgage. Nope. Rent to buy scheme. Nope. Private rental. Nope. And social housing. No. So as you can see, none of these options are a workable solution for us. So I just want to quickly go back to the options that were looked at in the Jacobs report, and we'll quickly go through those. So you have a living lease was found to be an unlikely solution. Land banking was apparently not palatable. Compensation, nope, no funding for that. Social housing, owners don't qualify for social housing. Rent to buy scheme, there is no current scheme in Selwyn, and I looked into the Christchurch City one, very specific criteria, and because most of the people here will not be first home buyers, they won't qualify for that either. And then a support package, I'm sorry you can't really see with the way they have that set up, but I have written support agencies / other support ? So just on the support agencies, we had our drop in with Denise. Thank you for that, Denise. And we were referred to Salvation Army for support. So we took the opportunity and we sat with two lovely ladies, had a good half an hour chat with them, explained our personal circumstances. They took our details, and they have recently come back to myself and Nathan to confirm that there is no practical support that we need that they can provide. So what I'm trying to say is referring us to support agencies, you might see that that's you doing your job. Great, done. It's not good enough. It's not what we need, and it's just simply not good enough. So looking at the current path that council is on, we have a finite license term, we have a bond introduced now, and we have a building inspection programme. And we have environmental events that would end licenses early. And the thing is, putting a finite date on the community is hasty and it's premature. If the correct environmental triggers and trigger responses are identified, then you don't need an end date. You don't need one. You've covered it with the environmental events. And furthermore, we have two legal experts. We have one who says you cannot grant renewable license terms, and the other who says you absolutely can. So the right thing to do in, I don't like the word stalemate, but the right thing to do in a situation like that would be to have an impartial decider, wouldn't it? One who says you can't, one who says you absolutely can. We need a third impartial decider. So with that said, there are solutions, and these are the solutions that Nathan and I support. We seek a 30-year license term with the rights of renewal for further terms of 30 years, subject to environmental triggers. Now, this solution allows the council to monitor potential future risks, so you're covered, all right? It gives residents stability, security, and certainty, and everyone knows where they stand. On the bond, this is mine and Nathan's view. So we would ask that the introduction of a bond only when the evidence suggests it to be appropriate. So if you look at the Aqualink report that suggested perhaps 2080 is a more appropriate date, then a bond could potentially be introduced in maybe 2050 or 2060. This allows council to safeguard against abandoned lots, and residents safeguard against a large demolition cost if the reserve settlement becomes uninhabitable. And then a practical solution on the building inspections would be for the programme to be recognised as being targeted and discriminatory, abandon the programme, and then any necessary inspections would be carried out as they would be for the district as a whole. So councils still maintain the same right to inspect that they already have, and residents do not feel unfairly targeted. So I just want to quickly go back to this slide again. If we took the solutions on board, watch what it does. That's nice, isn't it? That's a bit better. All right. Only now you still basically have the same things, only now the license term is renewable, if safe to do so. Environmental triggers are still there, just ones that are more appropriate and focus on keeping people safe in their homes rather than evicting them. The bond is still there, just perhaps at a later date, and inspections can be carried out just using current policies, so no one feels discriminated against. And in summary then, the impact is heavy. Nobody should lose their home. Options for residents may not be options at all. Practical solutions still maintain the integrity of both parties, and there is a way forward for both council and residents. So please do right by the people in your district, and that includes the community at the Upper Selwyn Huts. We are people too. Thank you.
Kia ora, Fiona. Thank you for sharing that with us. So, Elizabeth, you've got a question?
I'm going to ask you the awful question about environmentalists. It's been mentioned that things need to be in keeping with what's, you mentioned this for building inspections, so I presume you want this for triggers as well, that are the same standard based across the entire community. And I did ask someone about it earlier. Do you have any indication, have had some discussions around what those triggers look like?
That's a huge question. And one that would certainly need a lot of careful consideration. It would need the community as a whole to answer, that. I wouldn't like to throw something out on the table right now. All I can say is that it wouldn't be road maintenance.
Sorry, when you say community as a whole, you mean the entire district or just this community?
Well, this community are the people who know the ground. They know the lay of the land. They know the behaviour of the river. But I would be talking evidence-based. So I would be looking to the likes of ECAN, Aqualink, all the experts, bring them in, get the evidence, talk to the people who are on the ground, who have seen the changes in the river, see what happens during events. And it wouldn't be hard to come up with appropriate triggers, as I say, not road maintenance.
Thank you. And Sophie?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say.
I should bring the microphone closer, Sophie.
I was just going to say thank you for a very clear presentation.
Thank you, Sophie.
Cool. Thank you. And Grant?
Saying excellent slides. I hope we retain the slides. They're very good. I guess you talk about environmental triggers. One of the questions that raises in my mind is, what's your appetite for at your own risk type occupation, I guess? My experience is that when things go bad, everyone turns to council. You should have done something. You knew you should have done something. How do you feel about that at your own risk type occupation? Would that appeal to residents or yourself?
I can only speak for myself, really, on that. As I say, I would be quite an evidence-based person. So my expectation would be that there would be consistent monitoring, whether that be every 10 years, every 20 years, to kind of see where are we at? Are there any imminent risks ahead of us? And then you plan from that. I wouldn't like it to be a case of, just let them be and see what happens. That wouldn't, it wouldn't be a savvy thing to do. But then also on the other side of it, I think what you're asking me, Grant, is when we spoke with Monique and we tried to pin down triggers, and it came to the question of how much water is too much water. Now, when you don't have another home to go to, when this is your one and only home, you're going to keep sweeping that water. You've nowhere else to go. You will.
Thank you, Fiona.
Yeah.
Appreciate that answer.
Not that there's been any water in the house.
No.
So that's the
photos-
secondary
photos.
question is
I'll photograph.
have you or experienced any issue around obtaining insurance for your property? I realise that
Full insurance.
a couple of local residents have had in the last flooding event, not in Selwyn Huts, I should stress, have found that their insurance excesses have gone up quite significantly and potentially the premiums. But at this stage, you've had no issue around getting
No,
insurance.
no issue for us. And I believe what you're talking about is quite a national issue, isn't it, in with insurance companies? But no, I'm fully insured, AA.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is John Adair. Oh, sorry. Faye, yeah. Sorry about that. Kia ora and welcome along this morning. Thank you for your presentation to us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa. Hi there, my name is Iona, not John, Fee, and I am a very concerned sister of a Upper Selwyn Huts resident. The Upper Selwyn Huts began their story as an angling settlement back in 1888. In 1895, the reserve was set aside as a recreation reserve, part of which was dedicated as land for fishing huts. The 1924 Road Act allowed for the erection of dwellings, and since then it has become a local purpose reserve for the purpose of a hut settlement. Because of these designations, people have settled there. To settle is the operative word here, which means to adopt a secure and permanent state. People believed in the community of the Upper Selwyn Huts. They knew that it might not be permanent, but two things that encouraged them to hope that it could be permanent. The word permanent was added into the deed of license multiple times. The sewer system was agreed to be upgraded. But now it is clear that council have created a trap which ensnared vulnerable people. They attracted people to settle and then take no responsibility for these actions when they want them gone. Since March 2024, people's lives have been torn apart with the council's proposed new deed of licence, stating that people might only have 5 years left in their homes or 15 years if they are lucky. This hearing process has offered people hope of a possible extension to maybe 2039. But during this submission process, no option was given for a renewable term, and people have had to choose one of 3 non-renewable options or risk jeopardising their submission by not completing a question. Council continue to act in a disingenuous way. They claim to seek consultation, yet the process is rigged from the start. They claim that climate change is the reason and that the terms on the deed need to change, but they fail to provide objective evidence to back these claims. The new deed of licence is not just disrupting people's lives, it is destroying people's lives. Council are denying people their basic rights. That is, the right to live in a designated settlement. Multiple generations have lived at Upper Selwyn Huts, and this historic settlement should be treasured, but instead it's been constantly denigrated. Council are stripping away any security these people ever had in their lives with threats. The threat to remove them from their homes, the threat of impending costs to facilitate their own eviction, and the threat of invasive inspections in the short time they might have left in their homes. I came down from Wellington to support my sister, but I'm also here to stand up for basic human rights. The Selwyn District Council should be ashamed of how they're treating their own people. The council is not just at risk of breaching its duty of care under the deed of licence, they are at risk of causing permanent harm to people, the people they're supposed to protect. The council need to be honest about why they want to evict Upper Selwyn Hut residents. It's clearly not just about climate, and they need to undertake a genuine and respectful process of consultation and engagement. The Crown created this settlement, and the council are responsible for the people that have settled there. Any talk of retreat should include offers of compensation and not offers of threats, penalties, bonds, and other costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Iona. Any questions for that submission? Yeah, Deborah.
I'll hold it up. So can everyone hear me? Right. Much has been made of inspections. And I guess my question is around the subletting of huts and the Healthy Homes Act that has been enacted on the 1st of July. They also require inspections to protect those tenants that are actually residing in those huts. Do you think that under those circumstances and the hut circumstances, that subletting and the people who are subletting should not be subject to the Healthy Homes Act? And that's an act of Parliament and the inspections.
I don't think anyone here is stating that. I think people are stating that they want to understand the processes around the things, the litany of things that are being asked of them and that might be thrown at them in the future. So a tenant in a council flat will understand when inspections can occur and why. There's no knowledge here for these people to understand what the inspections will entail and when they will occur and what happens after them.
Thanks, Iona. Appreciate you presenting that today. Thank you. And John. Kia ora, John. Thank you for being here and presenting to us.
Yep.
Okay.
I would like to see a win-win situation for both parties here today. One party, the council, do not wish to be an administrative body to look after the Selwyn Huts Reserve community for many reasons, mostly unknown by the hut community. The Selwyn Huts residents want security of tenanture. So maybe the Selwyn District Council should reply to the Government Minister, and the Selwyn District Council are going to follow the government's latest advice and stick to the core business and state the council are willing to help the residents in getting freehold titles, i.e. low subdivision fees, as there's already services in place. It has a park already and a community hall, tennis court and netball courts. Please give the Selwyn Huts residents the most important thing in their lives, security. The longest term of tenanture, i.e. 30 years, with the right of renewal after that term, and it will do its most in getting the government to give permission for freeholding of the sites. Thank you for your time today, and hopefully it will be another possible outcome in the long term for this tight, happy community.
Okay. Thanks, John. Any questions of that submission? No? Appreciate you coming and presenting it to us. Thank you. The next presenter is Graham Evans.
Yeah, graph. All right, let's have a quick look.
Morning, Graham. Just the right-hand button on the front there. That's it. Thank you.
I'm here today. I've been involved with Selwyn Huts for all of my lifetime. My grandfather purchased the hut that is our hut at the moment in 1923. I wish to pass this hut on to my children and then on to my grandchildren. I have an interest has been with the previous board at Selwyn Huts. I was a member of that committee. I was then a member of the committee which replaced it, and I have now been the chair of the Hut Owners Association. So my input into the Selwyn Huts is on administration side has been for 40 years. Now, I am really concerned that as a medium significant issue, why this future deed of license is listed under the public consultation. I am concerned how poorly the consultation document was prepared. No discussions were held with the community or the Hut Owners Association on the contents of the document. And when I requested a correction before the hard copy was dispatched, instead of the huts being a public reserve land, the correct description being hut settlement, I was informed all the booklets had been printed and it was not an issue that needed to be or could be corrected. License term options, non-renewable. There needed to be a fourth option, other, included in the selection field. Confusion existed on the online form as if you ticked one of those 3 boxes and you realised that, oh, I need to add something. There's no way you could remove that tick. So you had to have an input that said non-removable in the comments field. Then this is the surface would be interpreted via the tick as not renewable. Also, once ticked, it was not possible to delete it. So therefore, I was really concerned that this document really needed to be a little bit more open. Of all the people who answered question 1, the consultation document 86 requested some sort of renewable license in their comments on their comments field, which was 93% of all the license holders and the residents at Upper Selwyn Huts, and 81% of the people that answered the question from outside the community. The Selwyn District Council is not bound by a finite term under the Reserved Act. These are granted under the Reserve and Other Lands Disposal and Public Bodies Empowering Act 124, the Rolled Act. There is no limit on term under that act. The Selwyn District Council is also based to have a finite term by virtue of its 2019 resolution. That said, licenses should be short term and finite. The reasons for that resolution, wastewater is no longer applies. The council could have resolved the term back in May 2019 when there was a select committee which involved the hut owners and the council recommended 30 years. Now that recommendation went to the council and the full council agreed to disagree and came up with 15 years. That proposal it was the one that we've been talking about since 2019. In deciding the appropriate term, it is important to consider the purpose of the reserve. In 2015, the council sought the Crown Department of Conservation change the reserve purpose from reserve to local purpose reserve for hut settlement purposes. This is very specific, and hut settlement included the idea of the community of people. There are also significant heritage values to consider. Given the council must manage the reserve for its specific purpose, in the absence of the reason to grant a shorter or finite term, the council has financial obligations. Licence holders are required to pay an annual licence fee, contribute to water,
contribute to 30% of the sewer pipeline, pay a bond, fund replacement and repairs of infrastructure, and bear the risk of being evicted from their own dwellings without any compensation. Now, I have a concern that I have brought up at annual public forums for each time. District-wide rates could have been included in this document, as it has already been highlighted in the long-term and annual plan previously as a target to be considered by the council and yet not followed up by public consultation. As mentioned in the compensation document, the new deed of licence is about giving certainty and clarity for the future. Also mentioned in the current deed of licence terms no longer reflects current situation. May I point out that the current deed of licence has been operating in its present form since 2015 and due to be revised by June 2026. It is still fine in its present form. The Selwyn District Council has a predetermined and biased approach to the Upper Selwyn Huts, and with unanswered questions is why. We have had many attempts via the council forums and our barrister input to the Selwyn District Council on the status of our tenure so that the Selwyn District Council could act accordingly. All delays have only been caused more stress to a vulnerable community. The persistent rejections of our request to the district-wide rates of water and waste, like all other areas in the Selwyn District Council, has caused more concerns over the anticipated increased fees, which can go up to 40% once all of these new terms and the deed of licence are proposed. On page 6 of the document, I find it very frustrating to now see the document that is intended to list district-wide rates for water and waste on the 26-27 annual plan, especially as quoted that the pipeline installation cost of 30% is already confirmed and is not changing. What is the total cost? Over what period is this 30% calculated over? Is it expected to be the life of the pipeline, which is 50 years? Resale of our properties, should we care to sell, have had a major negative impact while this drawn-out deed of licence preparation has taken place, and those that have purchased prior to the non-permanent status has hung over us. I would like to wish the retiring councillors well and the request that you have the ability to put a final nail in the coffin, or you can release the lid and give us our life back again. To final input is residents are seeking a licence term of 30 years with right of renewal for a further term of 30 years, subject to environmental triggers and those special triggers to be agreed on. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham, for presenting that to us this morning. We appreciate it. There's no questions. There's no time for questions for that presentation. I went over the time. So thank you for coming down and giving that to us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Helen Stevenson. Morning, Helen. The microphone is on in front of you, so the time's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. It concerns me greatly that the correct legal description of the Upper Selwyn Huts was never mentioned in the consultation document. That it is legally a, quote, local purpose reserve for the purpose of hut settlement, end of quote. It is hard not to come to the conclusion that the omission of this correct description in the consultation document provided was deliberate. Keeping the wider public ignorant of the true nature of the settlement is misleading, to put it mildly, and could therefore guide them towards the Selwyn District Council's preferred outcome, that of finite term for licences and the subsequent dissolution of the community. This settlement has value historically, according to a legal opinion from Buddle Finlay in 2019, and possibly also archaeologically, given its age of 130 years. Then it has immense value socially and culturally. It functions as a tight-knit community. They care for each other, support each other, work together on their garden allotments, and share produce. Having visited the community, I have seen for myself that these people have created a delightful environment in which to live. Yes, it can be called alternative living, but what's wrong with that? Diversity is extremely valuable. Don't we in Selwyn pride ourselves on this? It could be easy for people to believe that these residents are lesser than, that they are squatters even because of their alternative lifestyle. But the cottages could only be bought with cash. These people have not had the luxury of being able to access mortgages. For many, this is their life savings. And now, because of this debacle which the Selwyn District Council initiated as far back as 2017, their QVs have halved. Forcing the dissolution of this community by imposing short-term, finite terms of licenses could very well result in homelessness for some. We know that low-cost housing is very hard to find in Selwyn, yet, quote, ensuring that no one is made homeless, end of quote, is supposed to be one of the Selwyn District Council's guiding principles. Isn't this doublespeak? Hypocritical even. Architecturally, the settlement is quirky and utterly charming. We have far too many cookie-cutter subdivisions in Selwyn which are soul-destroying and aesthetically numbing. We know the report you commissioned from Aqualink in December 2024 considers that, quote, Upper Selwyn huts will not be vulnerable to lake level rises or rising groundwater until at least late in the century, end of quote. So why has the Selwyn District Council set about trying, since 2017, to find ways to make this amazing settlement disappear under the guise of managed preemptive retreat? Councils have a duty of care under the Local Government Act, a moral obligation to care for all its citizens, not just the wealthy ones. You, the council, have responsibilities as the administrating body of this reserve, quote, to ensure the use, enjoyment, development, maintenance, protection, and preservation of it for the purpose for which it is classified, end of quote. It is classified as, quote, a hut settlement, end of quote, and has had 130 years of renewable licenses and with no precedent for a bond to be required. As you probably know, the local elections are only a couple of months away, and most of you will no longer be in the decision-making chamber as you are choosing to stand down. As there is a serious sense of unrest in the community at large, I feel very strongly that the correct moral and democratic thing for you to do is to delay the vote on this issue. The future of these hut residents needs to be decided after the elections. The new councillors, who will be accountable to the people, will be able to consider this issue with fresh eyes and hearts. Please, if only for a moment, put yourselves in the shoes of these everyday members of our Selwyn community. So I am here to strongly support the continued existence of the Upper Selwyn huts, with licence terms of 30 years, with the rights of renewal for further terms of 30 years, subject to environmental triggers, as this community is rightfully requesting.
Thank you, Helen, for presenting that to us. Are there questions from any councillors? No, we appreciate you coming down this morning and sharing that with us. Thank you. We'll now adjourn the meeting for morning tea and begin again at 11 a.m. Sam Wilshire will be the first presenter at 11. We'll resume the hearing today. So if we could ask everyone to take their seats. We could ask everyone to please take your seats and we'll resume the hearing. Thanks, everyone. Just going to note that we have added in time for, there was a presentation or a table document earlier where there were some words that were wanting to be spoken. We've created time for that this afternoon, as well as another presenter who... okay, cool. So first up now, though, is Samuel Alshath. Sam, thanks for joining us. The microphone, just that right-hand button you'll need to turn on. Thank you.
Good morning, Selwyn. More importantly, good morning, Upper Selwyn Huts residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, even if the 5-minute allowance for these residents to defend their homes is vile. Firstly, I'd like to say we're not here to discuss huts, but people's lives, their homes, a beautiful community, their assets, their legacy. What makes Selwyn the awesome place it is to live is the mana carried by our people. The Upper Selwyn Huts is a snapshot in time of what I remember Selwyn to be 20 years ago. A time warp of the old Selwyn culture. Everyone knows everyone. People stop on their morning walk and in no time a large group assembles laughing, smiling and giggling. The cultural, historical and emotive damage this pending eviction will impose is massive. We will lose one of the most valuable time capsules Selwyn has. Selwyn District Council has spent $250,000 on consultants to kick these families out. And even then, the environmental reports came back in the residents' favour. Residents have paid for their pump station through targeted rates, and there's been huge costs installing infrastructure and a sewer line that would now all be for nothing. I resent the timeline proposed. In my submission, I selected the 30-year term as infinite wasn't an option, but also understand that SDC uses a non-selection of option as a claim that the submitter either didn't understand or didn't know what they wanted. More evidence that SDC is using these consultations to get a predetermined result. I object to the qualifiers for cutting leases short. I'm disgusted with the effort spent to rush this process before the election. Will this be the legacy that leaving council is remembered for? How dare you, Selwyn District Council, have some humanity. These people here today have fair reason to be angry, fair reason to get upset. This council has bullied and diminished their spirits, told half-truths and blatantly lied and ignored them. The qualifiers for early lease termination are cruel. Road closure, excuse me, road closure for 2 times in 12 months, seriously? So that would write off half of Selwyn then, due to poor infrastructure planning and constant road closures. This also seems like predetermination. Have any of you guys actually driven down Days Road recently? Looks like it's already, or you're already halfway there by the maintenance scheduling. Lake levels and groundwater levels are not threatening any homes. The reasoning given by council doesn't add up for this rushed conclusion to an arduous and emotionally draining process for these beautiful people. Rules and guidelines surrounding these homes are not fair when comparing to the rest of the district. Selwyn District Council has a duty of care to all its people, not selectively. You've devalued their homes, placed young families and pensioners into negative equity and toyed with their emotions. You've offered cross-subsidising of rural infrastructure, one price for all of Selwyn, regardless of where you live. Unless you're at the Upper Selwyn Huts, that is. Find a better heading, Selwyn. Your moral compass is stuffed. Bring back the respect, bring back the mana, bring back honour to Selwyn District Council. Let these Upper Selwyn Hut residents live their lives with equity, dignity, and a sense of belonging. Save the Selwyn Huts.
Thanks, Samuel. Appreciate that. Question from Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you for coming. My question is actually around the submission to the consultation, because you've selected, and I appreciate from previous comments that it was difficult potentially on the online one.
Sophie, just pull the microphone closer to you.
Sorry. You've selected that your preferred license term was rolling 10-year terms, but the text underneath suggests you prefer 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Under trigger events, you've ticked are there any of the proposed events you disagree with? You've ticked no, but the text underneath suggests that you do disagree. So
I do disagree. The issue with the
that's okay. I just wanted to clarify so that
Yeah.
when we're collating stat,
Yeah.
we can fix that.
During
the
the
next part as
submission-
well, you've got, are there any situations where you think the bond requirement should not apply? You've put no, but the text says that you don't think there should be a bond. So I'm just thinking that I just wanted to clarify those.
question, or you just
I just wanted to ask whether you meant what you ticked or what you wrote.
So, as I stated, by having to send an email through to your say, it was actually unobtainable for me to actually even open the document and actually process it on the laptop. So I had to do it from a window about this big on my phone. It's interesting that some of the consultations you cannot open on a MacBook. Well, I can't. I have no idea why. So yeah, it was really arduous to actually do it that way. So that's why I've selected to speak today.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Samuel, for coming in and presenting that to us.
You're welcome.
The next presenter is Christine Ferguson.
Good morning.
Well-
I'm Christine Ferguson from Motukarara, and I've lived in the area for 30 years and have experience of weather conditions, and am in full support of the Upper Selwyn Huts staying in place with no threats at all to their livelihoods there. We have had flooding issues at Motukarara, which would be far worse than the Upper Selwyn Huts were exposed to. This was 2013 I'm speaking of. So I don't normally speak at such things, but would like to in support of these folk, and therefore feel very important to be counted in the numbers for them to stay, please. Without restrictive terms on the deed of license and without inspections. None of us who own our own homes have inspections, and therefore these folks should not either. Those who own them should be left in peace, and if they've got longer terms of license or unlimited term of license, they will look after their properties and keep them good and tidy and be neighbourly. But if you have no certainty about the future, why would you spend money on keeping things in order? So please let the Upper Selwyn Huts stay. Green Park Huts have gone, gone. Lower Selwyn Huts, going, presumably gone. I haven't been down there. But we need to keep these little rural communities as part of a place for people to stay. So please, my support requests that everyone else do the same, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate your articulate submission to us this morning. Thank you. Sorry. The next presenter is Anne Delacour. Morning, Anne.
Good morning. My name is Anne Delacour. I've been coming out to the huts for all of my life, 66 years with my family. I own my own home at 24 Spatman Avenue, which has been in my family continuously since it was built. The Upper Selwyn huts have been a large part of the Delacour family life since the early 1900s. The area is very special to me and my family. It has significant historic and cultural values that have been nurtured and cultivated over 6 generations. We have deep connections to the land, the nature, and the community at Selwyn Huts. In the early 1900s, my great-grandfather bought licenses for 3 lots, one for each of his 3 sons. Lot 50 was reluctantly sold in 2017. We still own Lot 24. Over the years, my family has been actively engaged in roles and activities to protect and preserve this special area for future generations and for the Selwyn district. My great-grandfather, Phil Delacour, was on committees for the huts for 15 years. He was chairman of the Lake Ellesmere Domain Board in 1924. My grandfather, Charlie, worked as a local acclimatisation ranger within the Selwyn district, assisting with the preservation of fish and wildlife stocks. My uncle and auntie lived at 24 Spatman Ave for 25 years, and I lived at 24 Spatman Avenue with my 2 children for 10 years. The family have supported gala days since the first one in 1913, together with other local community events. My children attended the local primary schools, the local high school, and I attended and worked at the local university. My family has not only used the area for recreation, but it has been a home for us too. I hope that my children and grandchildren can continue to enjoy this special place. In 2015, the council changed our deed of licence to give all licence holders the right to live permanently at the huts. The change to the deed of licence by the council prompted a number of people to move to the huts and put money into upgrading their homes. The council and the district benefited because more people moved to the Selwyn district. The licence fees of the 84 non-permanent licence holders increased by approximately 20%, and a number of new resource consents and building consents were issued by council. House prices increased because people were allowed to live there permanently. Why hasn't the council offered a renewable deed of licence option beyond 30 years? The sewage matters have been resolved. The Jacobs report and Aqualink report have both confirmed that climate change is not likely to be an issue this century. My family have had homes at the Selwyn Hut since the early 1900s, and our deeds of licence have been renewed for at least 110 years, with the last 30 in my name. This supports the fact that the deeds of licence are renewable beyond 30 years. My licences to occupy have always been quite specific that the reserve is a local purpose hut settlement reserve. The Upper Selwyn Huts are one of only a few reserves in New Zealand that were specifically set aside for a hut settlement. The council has legal obligations as an administrator to protect and preserve this local purpose reserve and ensure it is used and enjoyed for hut settlement purposes. Other legal obligations also include protecting its historic values, recognising the community's diversity and promoting the social, economic and cultural well-being of its community both now and into the future. Has the council assessed the heritage values of the special settlement that was specifically set up for recreation and fishing? Has the council considered the impact a finite term would have on this community? For example, financial loss, physical and mental stress, and some of the community may have nowhere to live. I respectfully question why this council is rushing to make such a significant decision determining the future of a community that has resided in the district for 130 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for presenting that to us. Councillor, is there any questions you have of that presentation? No? And we appreciate you coming down and sharing it with us. Ta. The next presenter is Shah Webb. And I understand maybe Carolee is going to be here too. Morning, Shah. The floor's yours.
My name is Shah Webb and I'm a licence holder at the Upper Selwyn Huts. I have Carolee with me as a support person because I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to bring my support animal since it's a horse. My one and only question throughout this whole process has been why, yet not one reason has been given. Obviously, honesty, empathy or compassion do not seem to be essential requirements for becoming a councillor. I'm guessing that's why you can all sleep well at night. You obviously do not have the worry of being made homeless or that your home is being devalued and a community moved on. And on top of that, you want us to destroy our homes when we leave. Some of you have the ability to change your minds and not get distracted by 3 or 4 biased councillors and back of house staff who have vendetta against our community. Again, I ask why. One of your many outrageous statements about our community is that we create tension throughout the wider Selwyn district. As far as I'm concerned, you've created that by your biased media releases and your ability to spin a tale that grabs headlines. So much for looking after your communities. We have asked your in-house lawyer how she reached the decision of a non-renewable term, yet we have not been able to get this. You have refused both our barristers and our requests. Again, why? Is it because it doesn't exist? You have tried climate change, fire risk, wastewater issues as reasons for us to be terminated. All of these have been refuted, but you are still determined to have us removed. And yes, you guessed it, why? So, yeah. So that's all I've got. I'm actually quite pleased that I got through that without crying.
You did it very well. Yeah.
And or swearing. Have you got any questions?
Well done, Shah. Thank
That's
you.
that's your thing, isn't it, Sam?
No, that's yeah, there might be. And Elizabeth does, yeah.
What would the outcome from this decision, what if the 2 options become available between a finite fixed term versus the finite being removed? What's the difference in those on your well-being?
Obviously, if it's a finite term, adds a little bit more stress because, I mean, where do I go? There's only me. So obviously a 30-year renewable is way more beneficial for me and most of the community that are out there. I mean, I just love going home and relaxing and just, you know, like Robin said, have a cup of tea and catch up with people. When you go to the letterbox, you often end up being out there with 5 people and then there's 5 more. And then we do get on, and it would be a lot less stressful. This has been a really hard 14 to 18 months.
Thank you, Shah. Appreciate you giving your submission to us today. Well done. Thanks.
Yeah.
sorry, it's just been reset, but she had 2 minutes on the clock there, and Shah has let me use the remaining time to address Deborah's question about inspections. Council are not our landlords. We are not entitled. You are not entitled to a settlement-wide internal inspection. We do not fall under the Tenancies Act. Renters require 3 monthly inspections for insurance purposes and a 1 hour off Healthy Homes certification. This falls under the Tenancy Act. This is outside of the Deed of Licence, which falls under the Reserves Act. I also question why you would ask a supporter of the Selwyn Huts about Healthy Homes legislation.
Thanks, Caroline. Thank you, Shah. The next presenter is Pamela Tyler. And good morning.
Firstly, I'd like to thank Selwyn District Council for giving us space. The last hearing you only allowed for 40 people. Everyone else was outside. Our voices should be heard. I've lived at the Upper Selwyn Huts for 12 years on the understanding of living on Crown land, also on the understanding of a continuing rollover deed of licence. For the last 7 years, I have lived in limbo while you have messed with my head and life. You are suggesting unachievable, unrealistic, excessive demands on myself and our community, re bonds and inspections. Some of us are near end of life, while some have used all their equity for a first home, babies on the way. We are now being held to ransom. Your media reporting, May 2025. Flooding. You chose to allow the one person that self-evacuated to report on the situation before consulting our civil defence team or the rest of the community, which was totally incorrect. The river was not lapping over the top, and it was not as bad as it gets. The road was open, hence we had very inaccurate reporting on TV1 and Radio New Zealand. Road closures, our health and safety being the latest threat to our community. Upper Selwyn Huts has not flooded in 130 years. When will your game plan and justification for making us homeless end? I hope your decision is empathetic and compassionate. You speak of road closure. The road has been engineered, as you well know, to flow across farmland for many years. You seem to be obsessed with us rather than the wider district, who were in a far worse situation than us. Lincoln, Doyleston, Southbridge, Leeston, May 2025. You have cost the wider district a lot of money with your empiric ethics, manipulation and underhanded threats. The game of consultations, submissions is over. Time is up for you to now be transparent about whether you make us homeless or not. And to finish, I choose not to engage with you today as I do not trust you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
The next presenter is David Trimble. Sorry, David Trimble. Morning, David. Thanks for coming along today. The floor's yours.
Okay.
Good morning. My name's Dave Timbrell. I've been going out to the Selwyn huts all my life. I have very fond memories of the place since the early 1950s.
We're just going to move the microphone a little bit closer to you.
Okay. My family has owned huts there since the early 1900s, and we have many photos of friends and family enjoying what the Selwyn huts have to offer. Many of us still own huts out there. None of us would like to see the place closed down without good and scientific evidence that it is apparent to all of us that this is necessary. We would be resisting any move by this or future councils to close the Selwyn huts down. In regard to the current consultation process, the questions that we had, the first one, the license term options, there's no renewal process included in any of those options. What is the underlying reason for the council feeling that it's necessary not to allow continued renewal after the next term of occupation? It appears that all reasons put forward by the council in the past have been rectified. For example, the sewage or wastewater disposal, or refuted by experts in the field. For example, the sea level rise affecting the lake level, as identified by the council's own Jacobs report, requires more scientific investigation and is not likely to happen until close to the end of the century. It would also appear that the Reserve Act states that provided the licensee has complied with terms and conditions, they can opt to exercise the right of renewal for a further term. Without a substantial and scientifically verified reason to not allow the right of renewal, the council have the legal obligation to protect and preserve this local purpose, reserve, and ensure that it is used and enjoyed for the hut settlement. In regards to the environmental effects for an early licensee and flooding affecting access, as in the past, flooding has cut off access for short periods of time and evacuations were carried out for safety reasons. However, the huts were never flooded and the events were an inconvenience, and this is not a reason for not renewing the license. Destruction of the road cutting off the vehicle access. Past flooding events have caused no damage to the road. If there was damage, I believe the council has the legal responsibility to repair it. To close the road permanently, the council would have to get authorisation from the Minister of Lands. Serious harm caused by the flood event. An event that of any nature in the event of this nature, any action should be agreed in consultation with the affected parties. In all of the above events, I believe that mitigation options and the need to be explored before considering events that would lead to the ending of the license. Specific triggers listed are not relevant as identified in your Jacobs report. Triggers and thresholds require more scientific investigation, and a clear explanation for the community is needed. Bond requirements. I feel that no bond should be considered in the immediate future, if at all. If in the future it becomes apparent for some agreed reason the license will not be renewed, then this is the time to consider if a bond is needed. Building conditions inspection. I believe that homes in the Upper Selwyn huts should be treated the same way as other homes in the Selwyn district, and that a real reason for an inspection is required. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions of that submission? And David, thank you, very clear for us. Thank you. The next presenter is Kelvin Payne. Morning, Kelvin.
Morning. Okay, Atamarie. My name is Calvin Payne and I have a construction engineering degree and 42 years experience in the construction industry across the world. I've also worked for Sarah and Otakaro after the 2010 and 2011 earthquakes. I'm currently an elected member of the Malvern Community Board and responsible for the board finances. The views expressed in this submission are my individual views on the future deed of licence for the Upper Selwyn Huts consultation. The consultation seems to be intended to confirm the timescales and conditions for the eviction of the residents of our Upper Selwyn Huts that have lived there for over 100 years. The consultation document was very specific and essentially proposes a number of fixed options regarding the period, events, bond, and inspections. Regarding the period, I believe we should consider extending the licence for as long as possible to relieve the uncertainty for residents. As with all residents of New Zealand, we may have to consider managed retreat in the future because of a natural event, be it flood or earthquake. Events. The events described are very specific and detailed. I agree that in an event of a catastrophic nature should be a trigger to consider managed retreat at Selwyn Upper Huts. And of course, also in the rest of Selwyn District. Bond. I agree that a bond for remediation is a good idea, but does not seem relevant unless we have a short time frame agreed for the end of the licence. Inspections. Regular inspections are not required for other homes in Selwyn and therefore should not be required at Upper Selwyn Huts. I understand that some properties may have issues, but this could be managed as it would be with any other home via the current consenting process in place. Managed retreat. My view is that the situation at Upper Selwyn Huts should be treated as managed retreat. If it is managed retreat, it should be community-led and based on an actual event that causes the process to be initiated. Risks. There does not appear to be an immediate risk at Upper Selwyn Huts for damage to property or injury to residents. The current uncertainty due to the lengthy process has severely impacted our residents' property values, limbs, insurance costs, lives, including mental health, and their futures overall. My main question is, why now? The current process has cost ratepayers money. We have installed a new drainage link to the huts, and recent flooding events in Selwyn have not affected Upper Selwyn Huts. The why would seem to be based on the worst case scenario of weather predictions that may occur in 50 to 100 years. Our predictions for future weather are at best a wild guess. It could be better or even worse. Weather events can also be very local, one catchment being severely impacted and neighbouring catchments okay. An example of which is the recent Selwyn floods on the 1st of May 25. We probably should base our weather predictions on actual records we have available for hundreds of years now about sea level rises, etc. So, to my main concern, My main concern is that this decision is being made very late in the triennium. In fact, the decision by councillors will be made at the last council meeting of the triennium in September 2025. As we now know, the majority of the current councillors who will be making this decision are not candidates for the future council. I must encourage the council to consider delaying this life-changing final decision until after the election, so that an informed and reasonable future-looking decision can be made by the new council. Finally, may I ask you as current councillors and decision makers, make the right decision for the future of the Upper Selwyn Huts community and for our Selwyn district as a whole. Thank you for your time and for listening. Respect to the Upper Selwyn Huts residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelvin. Elizabeth.
Yeah, you've mentioned about delaying the decision because it can be informed by a new council. What benefits do you see from having a new council looking at this with a fresh perspective, as you put it, versus the current council?
A new council, as you quite rightly said, will have a fresh perspective. Admittedly, they would have to relook at all the information that you as councillors and decision makers have available to you. So there would be some delay in that. But I'm just concerned that the decision makers, respect to you all around the table today, the majority of which won't be at the next council. And we are talking about the next, hopefully, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, maybe even 50 to 100 years for the Upper Selwyn Huts residents. So I think it's really good. It's really important that we look to the future and not look at the past.
Thanks,
but I
Kelvin.
also appreciate your decision.
And Sophie?
Yeah, related question, to be honest, because if you wanted to delay a decision, part of that would probably involve holding these hearings all over again. Just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of how that would impact process, because then that would give whoever's on the new council a chance to hear people in person, ask questions and that sort of thing. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
Yeah, that would be a new process, of course, because it's a new group of people that have to get up with the information, and it would take more time, and it would increase the length of uncertainty for our residents behind us. So it would be unfortunate, but it would, I think, I'm optimistic a more robust decision may come out of it that would try and accommodate the needs and consultation we've had with our residents as well. This has been a long process, I agree, and it has taken some time, and that's not helped the process. So, yeah, it would be good to get a decision that gives the residents certainty.
Thanks, Kelvin.
But, thank you.
I appreciate your answers to those questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next presenter is Alistair King. Why have I got this on here? Sorry, I have a wrong copy in front of me. It should be Helen is next and Anne Thompson. Oh, for Anne Thompson, sorry. Sorry, no. There's two gaps that are here, and I've got an up-to-date copy given to me by the staff who are bringing people in today. This is the Helen wanted to present earlier. That there wasn't time for it, that slot, so we've put time aside for you now, Helen, to present that extra piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on what Anne wanted to say and for allowing to correct that horrendous mistake about not wanting the huts to stay in ownership. My head will stay on my shoulders now. As an elected councillor of the Selwyn District Council, your decision and vote on the deed of licence for our community has a lasting impact on us as homeowners, ratepayers, and extended family of the Selwyn Huts. As council decisions may set precedents, there are also ramifications for Greater Christchurch and the country. My parents purchased this batch in 1966 with the original building dating back to 1918. As keen fishermen, hunters, and very family orientated, we cherished our leisure time together, spent as a family. As the next generations have followed, my family and I have continued on the many traditions, making memories, embedding a passion for the outdoors, relaxing, and family holidays at the Selwyn Huts. My family have 5 generations of previous hut ownership memories. We are grateful and thankful for our safe, close community that nurtures our children and grandchildren to grow, learn, and develop into the people they are today, making friends for life. In 2012, I obtained building consent approved by the Selwyn District Council for substantial and costly improvements to my home. At no time during this process was there any mention that the licensing period for my home would be finite, ultimately leaving me homeless and in substantial debt. You, as an elected councillor, have voted for me, a 72-year-old woman, to have to live with the knowledge that I will have to level my home, destroy my memories, and annihilate my family history. No doubt you have parents and grandparents of a similar age. I hope you treat them with greater respect and compassion than your decision has provided me. Signed, Anne Thompson. Thank you for that extra bit.
Thank you, Helen, for reading that out today. The next presenters are Grant and Gillian Boniface.
Hi. Our Boniface family association started around 100 years ago in the 1920s with my great uncle building a hut in the Upper Selwyn Huts, and my grandparents building one in the early 1940s, and my parents purchasing a hut in 1958. Generations of our family have grown up there. The other side of our family, the McBeans, farmed on Days Road since the 1890s, with farms running down the road from Coast Ford to around the huts. Just for clarity, my father, a huttie, married my mother, who was a farmer. Our family was involved in the Springston Domain Board and also the Hut Owners Association. Upper Selwyn Huts is a place that has developed over a long period of time, and although changes have occurred, it is based around the same sense of community and history in Springston South. You only need to look at the fight that has been put up by the residents grouping together to highlight the sense of community. I still remain unclear as to the drivers for the proposed changes and the finality aspect of the Selwyn District Council approach. In my view, Selwyn District Council seem to be trying to imply that they need to satisfy some level of fairness across the district. But all communities in Selwyn, and indeed a lot of districts around the country, have some sort of the same sort of profile as the huts do, with special areas and communities with different purposes that have the right to be looked after and valued. To me, the responsibility is about the specific interests of the people that live and recreate in the Upper Selwyn Huts, as it is any other place now and into the future. In my view, the council's responsibility is no different than that for other small communities like Coleridge or the Rakaia Huts or Hororata or Castle Hill or Arthur's Pass, taking into account their history, community and environment. The basis of the tenure may be different, but the communities exist for different reasons and need to be looked after in ways that meet the diversity of purpose. This is a responsibility that the council has and the fabric of how our country has developed and grew. Ultimately, it's about tenure. What do we know? The huts are 3 metres above mean sea level and 1 metre higher than the surrounding land. Highest recorded lake level is 1.77 metres in 2013, which was the highest level recorded since 1941. And again, the lake levels are regulated at around about 1.1 metres for letting out. Jacobson Aqualink concluded that there is no pressing climate change issues with the Upper Selwyn Huts for 30 and possibly 50 years, with lots of maybes and could-bes. Claire Lenehan's advice concluded that the licenses can be granted for 30 years with indefinite ongoing rights of renewal. Sewerage has been dealt with what is a long life solution, 30 to 50 years of life. Council must have recognised longevity in doing this. Flood events are a risk, but they always have been over the life of the settlement. And again, reiterating, there has been no flooding in the batches. The residents accept the risks of living in that environment, as you would any other flood-prone environment in Selwyn, i.e. Dawston. The banks are robust and have been maintained with those above the huts providing flood water to spread out over the farmland and flow through to the lake should they be overtopped and around the huts. I'm somewhat concerned about the events that have been listed as triggers. I see those as being somewhat spurious, i.e. made up. Flooding may cut huts off for a couple of times in some years, but not in others. Road damage is very unlikely, and in actual fact, if the road was damaged, I suspect that the whole of the Selwyn district would have very substantial problems. And again, it can be repaired as is elsewhere when events like this occur. Earthquake risk, well, we've been through those and we know what happens. In fact, places like Rolleston and Darfield have far more risk than the Selwyn huts. The bonds, I can't see that they would be useful. Again, it's about how you legally bind them, and the administration involved in the whole bond thing is just horrendous. Inspections, I do agree that the huts should be kept in clean and tidy condition. Although I'm somewhat sceptical about the ability of council to perform a reasonable assessment in the spirit of the hut community. And also, are the council going to inspect all 80 to 100-year buildings within its district for compliance? So the council needs to think in a way that preserves the community for the long term, maintaining the hut settlement and its historic values and looking after the hutties. It's about how we can preserve the huts and the community, not why we can't. In conclusion, long licenses to occupy with rights renewal and a sensibly thought out trigger process is how we see the huts going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming and presenting that to us. Appreciate it. Any questions? Yes, Grant.
A recurring theme this morning has been perhaps the irrelevance or the triggers that have been suggested, and given your long-standing association, do you have a feel for what an appropriate trigger would be, if at all?
Look, I don't know. I don't really think that the sort of triggers that people are thinking about are very relevant. If you go back to 1951, I've got photos of my mother on a horse up Days Road with water around the belly with a horse. In those days, the road existed, the water went down, and there were no issues. And that's what happens in those environments, that the water does go down and flood water recedes very, very short term. And things like road repairs that's just a silliness on behalf of the council to think that that's a trigger.
That's probably where I was thinking about asking you about, was a lot of the triggers appear repairable, but you're looking for an unrepairable trigger, aren't you? I think.
Yeah.
Something like groundwater raising up so high that it can't be remediated or something like that.
Yeah, well, it's hard to think what that might be, and that's a problem. That would be a problem right across the district. If you go and look at the 1951 flood, the whole of Canterbury was in dire straits in terms of the amount of flooding that was occurring all over the place. And in fact, Canterbury recovered from that, and the huts recovered from that.
I'm just thinking about the triggers of saying, if you're going to have a trigger, trying to decide on one could be almost Methuselah's.
Well, look, I think it can. It's hard to think of what that might be.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much for coming in and answering that question as well. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sam.
The next presenter is Zoran Rakovic. Morning, Zoran. Thank you for coming down today.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I come here today not as a lawyer, not as an expert, but as a fellow citizen, deeply concerned by what your decisions will mean for a quiet, humble community on the edge of Lake Ellesmere. Upper Selwyn Huts is not a political problem. It is a human place. It is a place of resilience, of simplicity, of lives lived close to the earth and far from extravagance. It is a place where people, many of modest means, have asked only for the right to remain. They do not want much of you, not money, not status, just a fair chance to live with dignity without being burdened, watched, or pushed out by rising costs and regulations. The proposed deed of license before you is, in its structure, legal. But is it just? A person may occupy a hut, but it is not the hut they're asking you to protect. It is the life within it. And your vote, your stroke of a pen, or tap on a keyboard can protect that life or unravel it. When you press approve, you do not just sign a document. You place a weight on the shoulders of people who have little strength left to carry it. As far as I can see, there are elderly among them, young families, people for whom this place is not just a shelter, but story, sometimes the last story they'll get to write for themselves. You may not see it from your desk, but to them, this license is not policy. It is breath. And if you remove that breath, what will be left? I ask you to recall your duty, not only as elected officials, but as guardians of well-being under the Local Government Act. That means more than roads and pipes. It means listening to the soft voices. It means stepping lightly where you hold power. Yes, the Council must protect the environment. Yes, there are costs and risks, but must that be done by closing the door on people who have harmed no one, who have lived lightly, who have asked only to be left in peace? You do not need to force them out. You could choose instead to bless them. Let the bond be trust. Let the inspection be a conversation. Let the term be a promise to revisit, not a deadline to erase. One of you, anyone, could move an amendment that says we will let these people stay. We will not burden them further. We will meet our obligations and keep our humanity. That is the stroke I ask of you, not one of removal, one of mercy. Gandhi once said, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Today, Selwyn District Council will show who it is. Let it be known that when the question was asked, your answer was, let them live. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoran. Elizabeth.
You mentioned being pushed out by rising costs.
Yeah.
Are you familiar, well, you've mentioned that. What have you foreseen in the documentation about those rising costs that you're concerned about?
What I am proposing here is that, sorry, I'm just a bit,
Section 3 of your submission.
are you referring to my actual submission or? Elizabeth?
No, I was just referring to, you made the statement rising costs. Deborah's stated it's in section 3 of your written submission.
Can I come back to you with that answer?
Yeah, that's fine. And we've got another question here from Deborah.
Thank you. On your submission on section 3, you've actually mentioned about the financial burdens without ownership. and you've listed 6 bullet points there. Are you suggesting in your submission that none of those 6 bullet points should be paid by the hut owners and they should be subsidised by the ratepayers across the district? Could I have some clarification, please, on those six areas that you've actually mentioned? Because of interest to me is the fund repairs on infrastructure they do not own. Just want some clarification around those 6 points, please, and who should pay?
I'm proposing that the residents should not pay for that. Annual license fee is if we
Zoran, if you'd like to consider that and come back to,
I'll have to
that's
come
fine.
back. They're quite technical questions.
Yeah. Happy for that to come back to us if you want to take some time to respond and then leave a note with us today. That would be helpful.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and presenting to us.
Thank you very much.
The next presenter is Kiralee Fee.
So we're both representing the Selwyn Huts Owners Association.
Kiralee, if I could just get you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. Sorry.
Thank you for hearing. Oh, that's a bit loud. Thank you for hearing from all of us today. My name is Kiralee Fee. I am speaking for the Selwyn Huts Owners Association, which represents 94% of the licence holders. A full submission contains our position on all questions. The Council is not bound by any non-renewable term under the Rolled Act or the Reserves Act. The Reserves Act provides for licences up to 33 years with right of renewal option. The Council is not bound by its 2019 resolution. 86% of all submissions preferred a renewable term, as did 93% of licence holders. Our barrister's opinion states that additional to your legal obligations to protect historic features as well as the well-being and diversity of this community, your main function when administering this local purpose reserve includes to ensure the use, enjoyment and the protection and preservation of the reserve for the purpose of hut settlement. This includes the preservation of the hut community. Not only has the Council not met these obligations, but there is clear evidence from at least 2017 you have followed a predetermined agenda to end the settlement. In our recent drop-in session, we were informed by Denise Kidd that the Council is not required to give us a reason for a non-renewable licence. This is very concerning. If you are planning on wiping out an entire 130-year-old settlement on a local purpose reserve with significant heritage and reclassifying the reserve, reasons are legally required. We do not have a list of the Council's current concerns. We have asked for these, but they have not been provided. You have always given us ever-changing reasons, but never once looked for solutions. We have listed what we think your reasons are in our submission and how we do not agree they justify a finite licence. Due to time being limited, we will focus on legal constraints and major stakeholders. Legal constraints. On the 21st of May Council meeting, Julie Hand states that the licence term must fit within the time limit of the Reserves Act. In her second statement, she said, our recommendation would be almost all licences have a term. We have changed our preferred term so it meets the requirements of all the advice given in May. Despite multiple requests, the Council has not provided any statutory interpretation for this advice. We cannot see how you can use legal constraints to justify a non-renewable licence if you haven't given us the details or a chance to respond. Environment Canterbury. ECAN are unclear how your assessments have fed into the licence term options. They recommend a community-centred approach as opposed to a highly top-down directive approach, exploring a range of adaptation options and not focusing on just the retreat outcomes, and the use of robust science and technical expertise. No preferred licence term was included in their submission. Taumotu Runanga Limited. This company has made a statement about the collective responsibility to restore and protect the lake for current and future generations. We would like to be part of this process as well. It appears that their statement focuses on our impact on the artificial lake openings. There are other properties closer to the lake than our settlement, including Fisherman's Point and the neighbouring farmhouse owned by Ngāi Tahu. Also, other towns would be affected before us should the lake be opened less often, indicated by the weather event in May of this year. ECAN has also stated the lake openings are expected to continue. However hard it is to hear that our neighbours want our homes removed and a settlement erased in 5 years' time, we respect Taumotu Runanga's right to make such statements. However, we ask the Council to remember that unlike the Lower Selwyn Huts and Green Park Huts, the Upper Selwyn Huts is not in the lake's joint management plan area. This is very significant for you to consider. We conclude, there is no reason our next licence should be non-renewable. We believe we are meeting everyone in the middle by requesting a licence term of 30 years with rights of renewal for further terms of 30 years, subject to environmental triggers, with specific triggers to be agreed. This is a very reasonable request given the facts that we have all been presented so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Questions from any councillors on that submission? Elizabeth?
Obviously, we've had it this morning that the work with the Jacobs consultancy was asked. I haven't got the exact words here, but triggers were off the table. But you've stipulated here that you're willing to discuss environmental triggers. How do you see a way forward at this point now, so that we can reach an agreement with the community about whether there are triggers, environmental triggers, and what do they look like? How could you see that happening?
Sure. First of all, our request of our term, we're actually asking for 30 years and then further terms of 30 years based on triggers. So actually, when I read this statement from our barrister, I read it as 30 years without triggers, which is consistent with the Jacobs report. And it would be great to be left alone, to be honest. We need a lot of time to heal after this process. In relation to the trigger question, which you all are asking, triggers have not fully been defined by experts, and you're asking us as individuals to define them. So a lot more scientific research needs to be done on triggers. But in our submission, our position, the association on behalf of the community, our position is a trigger of any major event with a significant risk to life. But the main thing is, which cannot be mitigated against. We need to be given a chance to assess the risks by science, by using empirical data. And then we need to be given a chance to mitigate against those risks. At that stage, if it's, say, a catastrophic failure of the stop bank, which is unlikely, but let's say we still need to be given a chance to fix it, even if it's at our own cost. We're aware that ECAN have a limited budget. If that means we have to add to that in order to stay, then let us discuss that. Mitigation has been explicitly excluded from this process.
Thanks, Caroline. And Sophie's got a question here.
Yeah, hi. I just want to ask, because my question is based on your written submission currently, and I'm not sure whether you're submitting separately that or you're just joining the two together here.
My submission's very similar to, you'd say my submission's very similar to the associations, with the differences highlighted in grey.
Yeah, so are you intending to use separate time for your submission, in which case
No.
I'll wait?
No,
or
I've combined mine with the association.
Let me find where I was looking for again. Sorry, a lot of pages. Here we go. It was regarding it's a section that's highlighted in grey regarding relocation and compensation. And mentioning international standard practice for managed retreat, and it's a good paragraph. Just going to ask though, because the government's had their expert panel return back an idea that potentially the New Zealand solution or framework is going to potentially include no compensation or anything like that, and that's caused a great deal of consternation, frankly. And I'm just wondering if you wanted to add any thoughts about that.
We've got another 5 minutes. So we actually submitted on the climate change adaptation, and we spoke at an oral submission as well. And the idea that no New Zealander is going to be given compensation after a climate change event is really concerning. So we suggested it should be shared. The cost should be shared. The cost should be shared in relation to, similar to the Huranui response, that the council finds some land and land banks, and that can be over decades, so you have got plenty of time to plan. This isn't just about us, this is about all compensation. We believe there should be similar to an EQC fund where we all insured people pay into for climate change adaptation, and we also believe the houses should be, whatever's left over, the houses should be covered by the government, which obviously they're not planning to do. But I think the council should have a responsibility to land bank and provide opportunity to relocate. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer to that and your submission today as well. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Susan Rogers or Kara Drinker.
So there would be Kara.
Great.
Well, you've already heard the case for why a non-renewable license is not legally required. So I'm here to speak about why the next license should be renewable. It protects our heritage, reflects the science, supports sustainable living, and upholds community well-being. When it comes to our heritage, we should be protecting what we can't rebuild. Back in March 2019, your own legal advisors at Buddle Finley warned you that it would not be surprising if there was an expert support for heritage values in at least some of the huts or the area as a whole. They noted that the settlement was established in 1895, making it an archaeological site under the Heritage New Zealand Pohere-Taonga Act 2014 because it involved human activity prior to 1900. You were also advised that the Upper Selwyn huts were added to the statutory, if the Upper Selwyn huts were added to the statutory heritage list, HNZPT could then use recommendations for conservation, which council would be legally required to have a particular regard for. Instead of acting on this advice, the council blocked the heritage listing process and continued to push for a finite licence. Since then, we've commissioned our own independent heritage report from Underground Overground Archaeology, which confirms the Upper Selwyn huts are an archaeological site. They hold significant architectural, cultural, historical, and technological value. They are one of the last surviving examples of traditional Kiwi bach and fishing hut communities, a rare and vanishing part of Aotearoa's cultural landscape. The report recommends that the huts remain on their current site, that they be added to HNZPT list and included in the Selwyn District Plan's heritage schedule. By choosing a non-renewable license, you're scheduling an irreversible act of heritage destruction not aligned with sustainable stewardship or council's cultural duties. A renewable license protects this rare archaeological site with undeniable heritage value, preserving a connection to Selwyn's past for future generations. The scientific reports do not support non-renewal. Your own consultants, Aqualink and Jacobs, found no evidence to justify non-renewable licenses based on the environmental risk. The Aqualink report concludes Upper Selwyn Hots will not be vulnerable to lake level rises or rising groundwater until at least late in the century. And the Jacob report adds, available climate change and flooding information does not support the need for retreat in the next 15 to 30 years, and further states that it's too early to be talking about triggers. These are your experts. Their findings show that we are at no more risk than many other areas in the Selwyn district. Given that advice and our willingness to work with Council on environmental triggers, this approach offers a clear pathway to minimise risk, reduce Council's exposure, and provide peace of mind for all. It should give you the confidence to grant a renewable licence, knowing it's supported by science, guided by safeguards, and built on good faith. We're a model of sustainable, low-impact housing. We're doing what many New Zealanders aspire to, living simply, sustainably, and within our means. Removing an established, functioning community of affordable homes is irresponsible and indefensible in a time of deep housing insecurity. A renewable term is the only logical option amidst a nationwide housing crisis. Supporting community well-being and stability. The Local Government Act asks you to promote well-being, not only now, but for the future. You'll hear some powerful submissions today from others about how this process has already impacted our well-being. So I'll just say this. A renewable licence offers stability and a chance for long-term investment in our lives, our homes, and our futures. It supports the social, economic, and cultural well-being of our people. We're asking that Council grant a 30-year licence with rights of renewal for further terms of 30 years subject to environmental triggers, with specific triggers to be agreed. This framework is legally sound, environmentally appropriate, culturally responsible, and fair. In closing, the law allows for a renewable licence. The science supports a measured approach, not retreat. The heritage value demands protection, and the well-being of our community depends on it. You have the authority and the opportunity to do the right thing. So we ask you, why wouldn't the next licence be renewable?
Thank you, Cara, for presenting that to us. A question from Grant and then Deborah.
I wanted to just test sort of the idea of heritage listing, and I can see its attractiveness. But if the outcome was to be a 30-year extension to the licence, it's likely a large portion of the hut owners may embark on, because of the certainty, on significant improvements or want to improve their properties significantly, add space, renovate, maybe even knock down, build a new one. Heritage listing could considerably restrict your ability to do that by having to stay the same as you are, and it can be quite restrictive. I just wondered what your take on that was.
From my understanding, the difference is we wouldn't be seeking heritage listings for the buildings themselves, but for the site as a whole. You might, as an archaeological site, you might be better to answer that question. Okay.
Okay, so you're not seeking the retention of the hut?
No, it's the site as a whole. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And Deborah?
And sorry, and also just to add that that's what the historians have recommended as well.
Just
the way I understood your submission, it sounded like you were wanting retention of the architectural style of it said in your submission.
No, the area.
Thanks for that question, Grant, because that was what I was going to ask, whether you wanted the reserve as an architectural heritage value versus the huts. And I just wonder, with regards to the reports that you have actually got, is there a difference with regards to those, the heritage classifications between a reserve and the huts being on the reserve as part of its character?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Okay. We've got the reserve, which you said you want to actually take as an archaeological site, but you don't want the huts included as part of that value of the heritage site. You want to separate the two of them out. Is that correct?
When you say we want, it's actually not what we're asking specifically. It's what the historians and the heritage report, which you all have in front of you, and we hope that you do read and keep, is what they recommend. They are independent. We're not asking them to give us anything. We have asked them to assess the heritage in our settlement, and this is the conclusions they have come up with. And it's an archaeological area. What the implications of that, we don't know. That's up to Heritage New Zealand, and that will affect you, and it will probably affect us as well. But that actually, your question isn't about what we want. It's about whether or not there's heritage that needs to be protected there or not, and the historians say that there is.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
And Sophie, did you have anything else?
No, that answer covered my question.
Okay. Cara, thank you for that, and Carolee for coming forward too.
Thank you.
The next presenter is John Sankel. Oh, sorry, I understood that Cara was speaking for Susan. Okay, we'll have her after John. John's here now. If we can just hear from John. Stay there, John, you're sitting there. And then we'll have Susan after John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors.
Sorry, John, if I could just get you to move that microphone right in front of your face. We've just got some sound issues behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and staff. I submit today on behalf of Environment Canterbury, and particularly in our role as co-governors of Te Waihora and that partnership, our responsibility for providing flood resilience and works on the Waikirikiri-Selwyn River, and our work within civil defence. I'll take our submission as read and speak to 2 or 3 points. I guess the first one is adaptation processes and what they might or could look like, and a risk-based decision-making process, and I guess caution against a highly top-down directional kind of approach, and the involvement of all sort of partners and stakeholders reaching a point of conclusion whenever that is. The risk-based decision-making process is one identified as dynamic adaptive pathway policy, and it's one that was used in Amberley at the Amberley Beach issue of looking at where and how things in that community could be shifted along the way. And it does speak to a dynamic assessment. So if you were binary, you would say we have sea level rise at X, and we have rivers and flooding and increased climate change and a whole bunch of things that might say, therefore, you shall move on tomorrow because of risk. The dynamic process with, I guess, timelines along the way allows for a continuation and then a further assessment. So if we accept there's climate change, we accept there will be sea level rise, we accept that there'll be further inundation events, work on the Selwyn River, which will send quite big flows through. We cannot guarantee what those outcomes will be on those flows. So we expect those things to happen, but with dynamic decision making, we can in 5 or 10 year increments go, yep, the science still says it can happen, but we are not seeing the outcome in the next 20 or 30 years. So that dynamism allows the decision maker to extend time out over time and assess the damage or the potential damage that's coming towards that community. It may not provide the certainty that the residents of the Upper Huts require, but if there's potentially a 20 or a 30 year lease put in place today, you can then put timelines in leading up to that point to assess what the future might look like beyond the 30 years, which might give some confidence to extending leases if that's where you chose to go. We have no position whether you do or don't, or what the timelines are, but that dynamic approach, I think, really provides an opportunity to assess as things go on. And I guess sitting within that It provides then an early warning system and signals what might be happening, and then gives people time to adapt or move on or shift if those signals become clearer over time with those trigger points. And one of the roles, I guess, we have speaking to civil defence is that we have our first responders in our communities. And whilst we might today say nothing's really changed, we've had flooding, we've had the river coming out, we've had isolation, there's a bunch of things, and we accept that. And that's what was, and that's what is today. A conversation just yesterday with police. The world changes, and if I was driving the old Chev ambulance, I would drive through floodwaters up to my lights and that would be fine. In a modern ambulance today, if I did that, I would blow all the electronics and be dead in the water, literally within a truck. So we have to accept the changes in time, the changes of risk management, the changes and challenges to our first responders, whether they be police, fire, ambulance, civil defence. And what that might mean to the wider community if those things happen and there is a requirement to evacuate or evacuate people. So we have that risk of rivers coming down in time, inundation, and equally we have a risk within that community. And without being pejorative, there is a risk to a community that ages and moves on and requires at times that help from health and such services. So there are some challenges sitting around that risk, but they should be identified and on a timescale identified and worked through and decided where they should be. We briefly talked about the bond requirement, and whilst we agree that a bond probably is the right thing to do with remediation, given the challenges and some of the things that probably sit in the ground and around the ground, it needs to be in place. But equally, we think whilst the bond needs to be realistic in achieving those outcomes of remediation, there's a real challenge in what does realistic look like for those residents that are in that community and what is achievable for them. So if there is to be a bond put in place, it needs to kind of work for both the residents and the remediation along the way. That's, I guess, really the total of it. We're just thinking that along the way, there's an ability to use that dynamic adaptive pathway process to identify timelines and maybe extend things out if that is the wish of the people and the council, and not just get into a binary space. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Question from Sophie.
Yeah, thanks for coming and for your sharing ECAM's perspective. Just thinking in terms of the DAP pathways, get what you're saying. So what we've heard from a lot of people here today is that they would prefer 30 years with any environmental triggers to be beyond that initial 30 years. But from what you were saying, you think you're probably thinking more DAP during the next 30 years and beyond.
I think it would be our view that during the 30 years. And so, yeah, nothing's going to change substantially in 10 years. But it may in 20. So having some of those milestones or triggers, one provides with an understanding of the changing environment that everyone's living in. But equally, as disappointing as an answer might be, if there is that change, there's equally some certainty if you know at year 15 or year 20 that due to the changes within the environment, the next 10 years are probably the last 10 years and there is no hope of renewal, versus getting to year 30 and then doing a risk assessment and everyone has their hopes up that they will get a rollover or a renewal into the next 10, 20, 30 years. I guess for me, I would like to know what was coming. So having those milestones and trigger points and gaining an understanding of what the future looks like, I think is important for the structure. That's our view within Environment Canterbury, not getting to the end of the term and then going, oh, but sorry, you're all gone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John, for coming down today and presenting that to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Susan Rogers. Thank you, Susan, for being here today, and time's yours to present. Thank you.
Right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Well, here we all are again. And despite the council spending $250,000 or more on a consultation process, we're actually possibly in a worse position than we were last year. The options last year were 15 to 30 years, but the current ones are 5 to 30 years. You agreed to consult with us, but from where I stand, the outcome was predetermined and a whole lot of ratepayer money was wasted. Although the council initially agreed that this decision was of high significance, you did not follow your own policy. The significance and engagement policy has the headings inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. We really believe for a brief moment that you would follow this. Unfortunately, this is what happened. Inform, we were told what you wanted. Consult, not in the meaning of that policy. Involve, collaborate, empower, none of that happened. The document says the following: you will reflect our concerns in the alternatives. The only new alternative really was a 5-year licence, and that certainly doesn't address our concerns, but it would accelerate our eviction. You'll partner with us to develop solutions. You didn't. You'll partner with us in each aspect of the decision, including the development of alternatives and the identification of preferred solutions. This has not happened. You will provide balanced, objective information to assist us in understanding the problem, alternatives, opportunities, and/or solutions. As we still don't know really why you want us gone, we don't understand the problem, and you are not open to the alternative, which is a renewable licence. All of the obstacles which may have justified a non-renewable licence have been resolved. And the last point from that is you will place the final decision-making in the hands of the public. You will implement what we decide. The majority of the submissions are in favour of a 30-year licence with the ability to renew as allowed in the Reserves Act. So if you were to follow the policy, you would agree to that. But then you downgraded the significance from high to medium. Perhaps this was so you didn't have to do any of the above. I've asked why this was lowered to medium, but to date I've received no written explanation. You've been trying to find reasons since 2017 to remove this community. It really feels like a crusade against us, because every time a concern is resolved, you shift the goalpost, there's a new concern. And when there's no reason left, it's just silence. I've asked why we're being offered a finite term when renewable licences are allowed under the Reserves Act. Nothing, silence. In some of the documents, you talk about the importance of giving us certainty. But what kind of certainty is it to tell people they will lose their homes? On March the 5th, in a secret meeting, a guiding principle was that no one should be left homeless. Yet a non-renewable licence, whether 5 or 30 years, will do exactly that. It's often mentioned that our houses were never designed for permanent living, and I always wonder how you know that. Because the Road Act allowed for licences to be issued and dwellings built, not huts, dwellings. People went from building the little fishing huts that they did at the beginning to building small houses so that their wives and children could come and stay here. And in those early days, people began living here permanently even then. In 2019, it was agreed at a council meeting that future licence transfers would include information about the finite term, and that council would also ensure prospective new owners were informed. That didn't happen, and lots of people have bought their homes here in good faith, unaware of the looming threat. Over the last year, I've asked some councillors the question that's been brought up today: why? Some said they didn't know, and some indicated our time was just up. So I really hope that all of you, if you are the ones that cast the vote on our future, understand why you don't want a renewable licence. And finally, on behalf of myself and every other resident of the Upper Selwyn Huts, I ask you this: don't vote for these options, don't vote to wipe out our community. We should remain on renewable licences as we always have until there are legitimate reasons we can no longer live here, not based on vague concerns or shifting justifications. This isn't just about licences. This is about our lives, our homes, and our history. Don't vote to erase that. And if you do, we're not going to stop fighting, and we're not going to give up our homes. I mean, would you, honestly? And I'm trying to read my writing. When you did your oath, something in wisdom. I hope you remember the something in wisdom, because I can't read it. It starts with C.
Wisdom and integrity.
And I'm a a fourth generation owner, and I also have I've had numerous relatives living here. We've had relatives living here permanently since the really early days of the settlement. This whole permanent thing is not new. And I've got my daughter who lives here and her grandson. So we're 6 generations there. Okay. And I'd also like you to delay the vote.
Cool. Thank you for presenting that to us, Susan. Are there any questions of your presentation? Grant.
Susan, I hope you might be equipped to. One of the questions that arose in my mind after hearing Environment Canterbury's presentation was that even after 30 years, the future people in 30 years' time will still be sitting here with the same questions in my mind. What is my future role? What is my future position at Selwyn Huts? And I guess I just wanted to test the alternate solution that ECAN had talked about, was a managed retreat to a different site. How much of your living at Selwyn Huts is tied to being at the Selwyn Huts? If there was an alternate option presented in the future around some other site, most likely inland further, would that be?
Well, I mean, I love the place. I spent lots of my life there. I spent my honeymoon there. Couldn't think of anywhere better to go. But if it became unsafe to live there, then I can't imagine anyone who wouldn't be open to another option.
The Amberley solution appears to provide certainty for that community, not just for today, but into the long-term future, whereas any decision that we make appears to provide a level of uncertainty sometime into the future.
Thank you, Grant. And Elizabeth?
You've obviously been there pretty much, it sounds like, your entire life. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, we spent all our summers out there. Dad would go to work from here so we could spend the whole summer there.
Have you seen a drastic change in risk factors in the entire time that you've been there to what you're seeing today?
You mean in terms of the river, or?
Yeah, and risk, all the risks that we're bringing up. Are you actually seeing an evidence of a change to the risk of you living there as a community?
I think so. I mean, ever since I've lived there, the river has gone into flood at times, but the river used to be able to hold more water. And before you had the proper monitoring that you do now, we used to just monitor the steps on the riverbank and decide whether we'd go back and watch a movie or pack a bag and go. And we'd stay up all night if necessary to keep an eye on it. But no, I don't. And I'm not silly enough to think that it couldn't happen. And I'm not opposed to the ideas of triggers, but not the silly triggers that you put in that consultation document. I mean, for goodness sake, you're not going to close Days Road. That's just nonsense.
Thank you, Susan, for answering that. It's helpful. Thank you for your time today. And the final presenter this morning is Michael Glynn. Gary, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you for having me back. I'm just speaking on behalf of my brother, who's in the North Island. I just wanted to say how well there's so many things I wanted to say as I've sat down the back there. But I'm just gonna say one. I've only got 5 minutes. I don't see any reason why the deed license shouldn't have if a significant event occurs, then the rules change. Then we go back to a discussion, and everyone understands that. A significant event to me is, because the question's been asked a few times, when some of the huts get knocked down, maybe, or the flood comes right through and causes a problem, that kind of thing. But I think that significant event should be Selwyn District Council wide, not just something that is unique to the Selwyn Huts. Grant, your question about retreat to a different site, I think it's a good idea. Maybe we could start thinking about that, and maybe some people don't want to do that. I don't think we would, because our history is in the batch at the hut. Okay. One of the implications of the council's activities over the last 10 years has been the need for the community to expend funds to get legal opinions regarding actions. It's not easy, but it can be bankrolled as if needed to move forward. As you've heard, partly, we've submitted 2 legal opinions to the council, not had the courtesy of a legal reply. And by that I mean is the documents, we've done the Goima requests and got effectively unanswered with a response of there's no material, and when followed up, there's legal privilege to stop us getting a conversation going about the legal requirements. Once again, we've had to obtain another legal opinion, which I'm holding a draft copy of here. I'm just going to present a little bit about the building inspection regime. While the opinion is not yet finalised, I'm going to share with you just some of the things that have come from our barrister. And just for clarity, Claire Lenihan, our barrister, has 26 years working in the environmental area, and hence, at least in my opinion, her opinions carry a gravity that we should take heed of, okay, or at least give them a response to. So specifically to the opinion, this opinion has been requested by the Owners Committee, just to be fair. We provided Claire with the Buddle Finlay document opinion about the numerous pieces of legislation in the building side of things, and also with the hut inspection program. And we asked her to see if she thought there was a reason for that, which was justifiable under the circumstances. She's come back to us and said in summary, and you'll get a copy of this when she does her final copy, so it's just a temporary thing. She says that, and I'm going to read her summary points in verbatim, so we don't lose anything in my translation. She says the Buddle Finlay legal advice is not framed in such a way that it clearly links any legal duty or obligation on the council to justify granting a shorter term. This would be imposing a condition for an ulterior purpose not consistent with the Reserves Act or connected to the activity. Next point. The legislative provisions noted by Buddle Finlay all have statutory mechanisms for dealing with any issues. Specifically on the inspection program, there is no legal obligation or ability for council to impose the proposed requirements for inspections as a condition in the deed of licence from which the proposed inspection regime flows. Any licence conditions imposed must be lawful for a Reserves Act purpose, for the purpose of the activity, not some ulterior purpose, and be reasonable. Council has powers and obligations under the Building Act 2004, which mainly relate to building work, and I'm just going to paraphrase here, building work, which you're already working through and have heard talk about, and also dangerous earthquake-prone or unsanitary buildings. Next point. The proposed condition requiring inspections is not for a Reserve Act purpose. It is not connected to the activity, occupying a hut in a local purpose hut settlement reserve, and is not reasonable. Therefore, the condition is not lawful, and the proposed inspection program that flows from that is not lawful either. Any Building Act issues arising in relation to the huts should be dealt with under the Building Act, not via conditions of the licenses issued under the Reserve Act. So I think what she's getting towards there is that you have all sorts of abilities under the local government rules and regulations to do all sorts of things, which we all, I think, I'm not speaking on behalf of everyone, but we all understand and we respect that, and we don't have a problem with that, but putting them in the license is going to be a problem. Okay. And so we'll make this, last thing, we'll make this legal opinion available to you as soon as it's finalised.
Oh, thank you for that, Kerry. Any questions of that submission?
Perfect.
Elizabeth, sorry, there's one. Oh.
Right. So you've talked about at the beginning a significant flood that wrecks the huts. We've just had about roughly 47 properties flooded in the recent rain event.
You mean in the Selwyn district sort of thing?
In the Selwyn district, and there are many more that are unlisted because the owners don't wish to have it on their limbs.
Yep.
So if we're talking about this sewer black water running through their properties, when you're talking about a significant flood wrecks the huts, you're not talking about what we've just had. Those 47 homeowners around the district haven't been asked to permanently move from those premises. What kind of damage are you talking to the huts that would warrant an eviction, a permanent eviction? I think it's an emotive word to use the word eviction too. I think I don't necessarily see it as an eviction. I see it as a safety issue. It's really hard to say because in our opinion, in our hut, because I'll just speak to that purpose self, we would have our hut virtually have to be knocked down for us to want to move. So it would require some sort of, we would need a fast flowing water coming through and knocking down huts. And I think that would be for many of the people, especially the ones who've talked about, an intergenerational relationship with the huts. We're not going to move just because we get wet. Right. So but with what someone else has said before, it's an irreparable damage That's what you're talking about as a trigger.
Correct. I think we need to use the word significant event rather than trigger, because a trigger implies something which causes an action. To me, we should use the term significant event, which will then have us create triggers if they aren't obvious already.
Yeah, apologies, I know I'm cutting into mine now. My question is around land banking.
Yep.
So just thinking about how that might work, because for instance, the Amberley Beach one is quite specifically for the people who own the properties there.
Yep.
They have the option to buy some land there. And it's lovely in Huranui in the sense that the land is much cheaper there, but that shouldn't be part of disregarding or anyway, it's something to think about. I'm just wondering, would you see this as if SDC considered at some point buying a farm or whatever that people could relocate to? Would the cost of purchasing that, do you think that should be spread across the entire district, or just people who live in areas that have been noted as being subject to natural hazards?
I don't actually really know. I don't think it's probably fair to spread it across the entire district. Personally, a personal opinion. I also, like I said, I'm not sure that, for example, we would want to move to that environment. So if you're talking about a size of land, it may not actually be for all the huts. There may be some. I mean, the thing which is the treasure for us is the location, and the building, obviously. But so to move to a farm in Taitap or something would be a piece of farmland would be of no compelling value to us as a family, I don't think. And I speak on behalf of my sister and brother and the lady over there who married that guy. So, I mean, we would certainly appreciate the opportunity to engage in a discussion about that, and maybe we would, but I don't think that the council, the ratepayers of Selwyn should necessarily pay for that. I'd be happy that there was some actions that allowed us to achieve that without having to spread the load across the wider community.
Thank you for that answer, Kerry, and for the presentation again this morning. Thank you.
I'm done now. I promise not to come back.
We'll adjourn the meeting and we begin again with Sandra at 1:10 past 1.
It was in that lot that I
Kia ora everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats and we'll resume the hearing. Sandra is our first presenter. While Sandra's making her way forward, I'll just update the afternoon. There's been a few moves of people around. Councillors, I think it's been updated on the sheets that are in front of you, but you'll just note that there'll be a few people that are presenting in a slightly different order than that which was published at the beginning of the day. But Sandra, welcome along. Thank you for coming and presenting to us today. If you just press the right hand button on that microphone in front of you and we'll be away. Thank you.
I've owned my home at Upper Selwyn Huts for 24 years. And in that time, I've always felt safe.
Sorry, we're just going to move the microphone closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, yep, just that's it. Take your finger off. That's fine. That's on now. If you speak now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've owned my home at the Upper Selwyn Huts for 24 years. And in that time, I've always felt safe in the knowledge that the people around me have always been there, in times of crisis. And the connection in the area has been of great importance to me. And I would like to see, to be fair, a 30-year term with right of renewal would assist the homeowners to secure their future. I was also able to find work in the Ellesmere area, enabling me to make long and lasting friendships. My children and grandchildren had benefited by learning life experiences like fishing and making tree huts and running through the Macrocarpa hedge and swimming and boating, and not forgetting learning the entrepreneurial skills like washing cars and lemonade stalls they put in selling walnuts, and they had their own garage sales and just being out there and doing it. Yeah, which is city kids don't really get that opportunity. But that was the importance to me of Selwyn Huts and my memories. I worry constantly about how I can fund my future years with the extra cost of the licence. I'm also struggling with the knowledge that my children will incur a forced debt. This worry has caused my health to decline in the past, where I was admitted to A&E with heart issues, even now with ongoing care. This has been ongoing for 10 years with the dealer licence and the consultation program, and it's been hard, the uncertainty. I'm just asking you as councillors and representatives of the people in your care that you leave your personal mark, using your power to do the right thing and provide some sort of compensation, or no one should be homeless and in debt. I didn't write down, copy my submission so that I could follow it. So this is all sort of what I can remember, what I think I wrote. So we've never flooded in the past, and I had a patch down at the bottom huts for about 9-10 years or even longer, and we did flood there, but we never flooded at the top huts. I just want to know, I just want to have, why? Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been hard, and I just hope that you can all see the way forward for us and help us. That's it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's been good. And thank you for presenting that from the heart today. It doesn't matter that you weren't having to say that alongside whatever your written submission was. We have that already and will be considered by councillors here. Elizabeth has a question for you.
You've talked about the concern and the stress over the financial side as well. So obviously there was the the decision to increase the costs by giving you guys the sewage pipeline costs.
Yes.
Were you stressed financially living at the huts before that decision, or did that decision then change the way you have felt so those additional costs that have incurred in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I think it's been all of that. I think we all knew that it was going to cost us, you know, and and with me working, but I haven't been able to work. Sorry. Yeah, not where I'm going to live in the future. So that, yeah.
Thank you.
Not really very good at expressing myself. Sorry.
No, that's good. Thank you for that. And then there are no other questions, so I appreciate you coming down this afternoon and sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Kate Johnson. Good afternoon, Kate. Thank you for coming down this afternoon. The floor's yours.
Well, hello everybody. You've got my written submission, so which I hope you've all read, and so I'm not going to go into all the facts and figures again. You should already know everything about them. So this is for me is my as how this consultation is impacting me. I'm a 71-year-old retired woman living mortgage-free at the Selwyn Huts. I grew up and have lived all my life in a country environment, enjoying that lifestyle. And when my circumstances changed, I moved to the city and lived and worked there for 17 years. I don't have a lot of the history at the huts that a lot of the present hut owners do, but when the opportunity to move to the huts and back to the country and small community living arose in 2019, I looked into the advantages and disadvantages of doing this at nearly 70 years old then. The thought of affordable living, no mortgage with limited funds, especially as no notion of finite license term was mentioned, was a great incentive to buy. And I bought my hut in 2019, but everyone's saying in 2017 that these changes were coming into place, but I wasn't told. Moving to the huts has been great for me, meeting some wonderful new friends, having fantastic community spirit, where you know you can ask for help, give help, and assist when needed to other people. We have some vulnerable residents who know they have help whenever they need it. Can't read my writing. The uncertainty and thoughts of managed retreat is very distressing to every one of us there. Selwyn District Council have given us no justified reason to do this. Your own commission reports by Jacobs and Aqualink have proven your climate change and flooding reasons unfounded, and also as stated in our barrister Claire Lenehan's report dated 20th of June 25, of which you all have received a copy. We are a local purpose reserve for the purpose of hut settlement, and you have a legal obligation to protect and preserve this. It feels to me as though there is no procedural fairness in the Upper Selwyn Huts consultation, and that it's a process the Selwyn District Council is obliged to go through with a predetermined decision already made. We have so many unanswered questions. Why can't we give a renewable licence? Why do you want to retreat us? What is the reserve going to be used for? We've asked this many times with no answers. Why do you need to be doing derogatory inspections? Where else in the district is this done? You expect us to pay. It started out as 30% of $4 million, but who knows now of what the cost will be for our percentage of the new sewage system installation. We've had no costings so far supplied to us to tell us, and then you tell us we need to retreat, remove our homes on an already existing national housing crisis with no compensation. Where do we all go? Do you even care? Are we going to be like the Green Park hut folks who had to leave, with a lot of them now living in caravans with family or wherever they could find accommodation. Is this fair for a mainly older community, but also families and others who have put their life savings into moving to the Upper Selwyn huts? These are people's homes, their lives we're talking about. We deserve better. We need certainty. We need to keep our homes. We need 30 years with a right of renewal licence term. As there's a lot of distrust and lack of confidence in the council at the moment, I'm wondering if you can defer your decision until the new council is elected. And the new council should be given all honest, accurate and true facts to make informed decisions on our licence and our lives. And if it can't be deferred, I think the existing council should still be given all the accurate and true facts to make those decisions. As per the historical report, the Upper Selwyn huts are an archaeological site, and the place also contains significant heritage value that should be protected. It's been reported occasionally that we're a feral bunch down at the huts, but I think we've shown here today that we're well educated and have extensively researched the facts and figures to help our cause. So that's all I've got to say, and I just want you to think carefully about how you do affect our lives.
Thank you for articulating that well to us today. Are there any questions? Oh, Elizabeth, yes.
We've heard quite a bit about deferring the decision to a new council. I'm going to ask you the hard question. Can you give me a reason why you personally would prefer the deferral to a new council instead of the existing council? And if you don't want to ask that question, you can pass.
Well, up until now, there's been a lot of the council who seem to be very anti the Upper Selwyn huts, and I don't know whether the new council are going to be for us or not, but I think a new bunch of people with all the accurate and true facts about what is going on might be beneficial for us.
Thank you for that. Good to hear that clarified. And appreciate you coming this afternoon and presenting to us. Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
The next presenter is Blanche. Good, Blanche. Hi, David.
Hello. I mean, it's quite a scary thing to come and speak in front of all you guys. So I'm sure it's not something that any of us really want to do, but we've got to do it because it is something that's very important to all of us. The Selwyn District Council seems intent on exaggerating the possibilities of imminent disaster for the Upper Selwyn huts. But so far in the last 130 years, the huts have weathered many storms and are still here. We were pleased that the Aqualink ECAN report came out in our favour and is acknowledged in the Jacobs report. The Jacobs report paints us generally as a low-income, non-partnered, non-working, argumentative old farts that are resilient to the possibility of living in ankle-deep water. Strangely enough, in the Jacobs report, it also finds the old farts, which is 65 years and older, keep better health at the huts than the average 65-year-old New Zealander. So that's a statistic from the census. We, Dave and I, discovered the Upper Selwyn huts through friends who lent us their hut during the school holidays. My lads loved it. The river, the lake, freedom, exploring, fishing, and discovering. So it was a fundamental thing for them as young people. Dave and I bought our hut in February 2004 from an elderly fellow who lived out his retirement there. The hut was in need of a bit of repair and maintenance. We loved the wee cottage with its historical charm and simple amenities. We made it our own. We soon got to know the community of people who were from many different backgrounds. I always think you gravitate towards who you gravitate to. We were known in the community as the Arty Farties, as we were working artists and musicians. Much of my ceramic artwork is inspired by the bird life around the lake and along the coastline. We love our hutty community and environment, and have had some of the best times sharing life's journey. In 2010-11, we lost our home in Avoca Valley. In the earthquakes, so the Batch became our home for the next 3 years, and it felt like the extra long weekend. We still own our hut and feel a strong connection to the huts. The hut settlement was administered by the Reserve Committee, and the licence had ticked over every 5 years for 130 years, with a few minor changes to the agreement. There has always been rules and regulations, which is needed, I feel, but has always been a point of difference between people. Getting a new sewer system was always in the headlights for the committee. It so often feels like everything to do with the council we have to battle for. Not everyone in the district wants to live in a subdivision or an over 60s lifestyle village, and not everyone can afford it. But many of our hutty communities have been able to afford their own homes at the Upper Selwyn huts, and have found a place to live, grow gardens, bring up families, retire to, and be part of. Each hut has its own character and history. The Selwyn District Council seems so invested in the future that you are forgetting the past and the people. There is so little historical, architectural, or bygone community charm left in Selwyn, but the Upper Selwyn huts certainly have that and the history. The Upper Selwyn huts have a great history of recreational fishing, boating, hunting, and family holidays, and early European settlement. As regarding building inspections, we should be treated like anyone else in the district. Us two live in an old church in Southbridge, built in 1879, and we don't have the Selwyn District Council or their workers knocking at the door to see if it's adequate for human habitation. What legacy do you, as voting members of this council, want to leave for the future? There seems to be an ingrained opinion with some councillors that we are rodent river rats living in mai-mais for homes that don't pay our dues and are up to our armpits in troubled waters, a liability on the good reputation of the Selwyn. So are we a blot on your landscape? There seems to be very little trust in the Selwyn District Council's intentions. We have been treated like we are second-class citizens, excluded from being included in the district-wide rate for our basic necessities, rural water infrastructure. So what is your plan? what is your real plan? Is it to bring in the big diggers and scrape away all signs of past settlements, of cottages, gardens, memories in 15 years' time? How about a change of attitude? Make it an opportunity and hold on to a historic settlement which shows things the way they used to be, with real people living there, and are a worthwhile community for the council to invest in. So yeah, that's all my submission, verbal.
Thank you for
and Dave.
David, do you want to share yours?
What was that?
Does David have anything else
Yes.
as part of this? Do you want to do that now, or would you rather take questions individually?
I don't know. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
That I can reasonably answer?
Deborah?
Thanks, Blanche, for your submission. Look, I'm just really interested in the building condition and inspection program that you've actually answered, in with regards to saying that there are complaints and issues that have been raised in the past, and there's dwellings that are a bit basically run down. Am I reading this correct?
No, are you looking at my submission?
Yes.
Written submission?
Yes, I am.
All
'cause
right.
that's what I've got in front of me.
Okay, well, I don't have it in front of me at the moment.
Deborah, just ask a question if you have it right.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was interested in the comment that there's often conflicts between residents that actually occur at the huts, between residents, because of some of the license rules. Could you tell us what those license rules are that often cause conflict between the residents?
I would actually have to look into that to give you a fair answer. So I don't have that.
Fine,
I've got the experience of being there, of which and you all know or especially you know about the 9-month rule and stuff like that. And that was a major conflict for a lot of people, because people wanted to have a settled place to live for 12 months of the year. So that's one thing. And the Selwyn Huts, there's a mixed community, as you know. It's a mixed community of people. And some people have different issues. Some people have mental health issues and addiction. There's the odd person that, but I mean, you've sat in meetings where, there's been a mixture of people. So, but I'm sure if you looked into any other community in the whole of New Zealand, you'd find some pretty diverse opinions and people, and so.
Thank you, Blanche.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's good. And I think as you explained, those things occur in communities throughout New Zealand, not specifically to Selwyn Huts. Thank you. David, do you want to give your presentation? And if I just ask you to move that microphone just slightly closer to you so that people behind you can hear. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Much accustomed and not accustomed to this, all that. Anyway, in my submission, I would like to tell you about our time in the Springston Huts. I think Blanche copied me or I copied her. The word upper has no comparison to income or social ranking. Way back in 2000, Blanche and I started visiting the huts regularly. We would stay at a friend's place for 2 or 3 nights during the week. We quickly grew to love it, and out there by the river, the peace, the tranquility of the Waikiriki, Selwyn River, and the surroundings were wonderfully inspiring. The wildlife is plentiful. The night birds fill the emptiness with the sounds that we became so familiar with. The gaggle of geese sounding like a group of humans all chattering at the same time. My work as an artist was and still is influenced by the wildlife that inhabit our riverbank. We have always referred to the riverbank as our backyard and spent many hours drifting downstream in a small rowing boat, reading or just watching life along the riverbank. We decided we loved it down by the river and wanted our own batch, and eventually we found one. We enjoyed the process of renovating our new batch from a hut to a home. We used the batch at the weekends mainly, but one eventful 45 seconds in Christchurch changed our lives completely. We were living in Avoca Valley. That was where the epicenter was, about half a mile away. We lost our home. It was wrecked, red stickers, but luckily we had the batch. We had somewhere to stay until we got sorted. We received permission from the Selwyn District Council to live permanently at the hut. It took 3 years for us to get paid out before we could even look at somewhere else to live. So for us, having the hut was a godsend. We are grateful to the council at the time for allowing us to live there permanently. Shortly after that, the council allowed others to live there permanently. People bought and sold, built new homes, and life was good until the kind of 2018-20. A few things were going on at that time. The first time that the word finite was used in regard to life in the community. The resource consent for the reserve sewage ponds ran out. Ngāi Tahu decided and ECAN decided that the system we had was not doing the job. Also a report by the consultants telling of impending doom that was upon us. The sewage was one of the reasons that the council did not want us there anymore. Well, this has been rectified now. We have a brand new sewage system. Thank you, Selwyn District Council. All good. Nah, not quite. We still have hoops to jump through, hut examinations, and simply our fight to stay there. Imminent threat to our existence through sea level rise has been lowered to a reasonable 80 to 100 years in the future. Darn those consultants that don't find the results that one is looking for. A simple plea to all those that will be voting for the continuation or the discontinuation of a thriving community that in many cases is all the residents have in the world. I would like to know how each one of you, including the upper echelon of the Selwyn District Council, how you would feel if you were told out of the blue that your house and your whole street is no longer livable and will be demolished. You will be made homeless, and at a specified time and at the whim of the landlord, you will be cold-heartedly extracted from your homes and told to go. I would like you all to consider the people that live at the huts. Some are infirm, quite elderly, a few retired couples that have chosen to live their last days of their lives there. Many young families, the children have a great life out at the Selwyn Riverside. They have a freedom that does not exist in town. The recent Jacobs Report census is an interesting read. It tells us who we are and where we stand in the wider Selwyn community. We are way down there with the raggle-taggle gypsies. Low income, old, really old, nearly dead, a few kids and everything in between. How would you feel if all you have was taken away from you? Would you feel angry, a bit confused as to what comes next? And would you want to know why? So now you understand why we all have been so determined to save our homes. We are fighting for a continued existence, for our families and their families to be able to enjoy the peace, the tranquility of the upper Springston village, Selwyn huts, whatever you want to call them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And are there any, I guess Sophie has got a question for you.
Yeah, thank you both of you. I have thought about those questions, by the way, in terms of how I'd feel. But my question, I guess, for you guys is, so part of the question around the deed of license and the length of the term and everything is around if one of those extreme events does happen. I know there's disagreement around the triggers that are listed here, but It's about that sort of thing. And having you guys haven't already been through a catastrophic event as you had in your written submission, David. That time you had a safety net. It was an unpredictable, catastrophic event, but you had a safety net and you were able to move to the huts. How would you have felt about it if you didn't have a safety net? So, for instance, I lived in Christchurch then as well, and what happened for us was we ended up moving to Rolleston, which was about the safest place that we could think of that was nearby.
Sorry, Sophie, you
Yeah.
got something you're going to ask?
Yeah, it's more like, would you want to go through an unpredictable catastrophic event again without a safety net?
Well,
I can retract the question. if
we
you
kind
guys
of take as it comes.
Yeah.
We're there. We're ready for anything. We're hardened kind of hutties. You know, when the river rises, we go down, stand on the bank, and see it gradually rise, and say, "Oh, we wonder if it's going to go down over by the hay barn up the river a little bit, because the bank is a little bit lower there. So if it's going to go, it goes there. We don't really worry about it. You know, it is a concern when we have teeming rain like we had in the beginning of May. It was a concern because we're in Southbridge, where we worry about our little hut and the people who are living at the hut and wondering how they're getting on. And then we find out that there was no flooding there at all. A bit of mud, but we're used to mud. We've all got gum boots. Not a problem. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, David. Appreciate that, and Blanche as well. Thank you. Ta. The next presenter is Graham Young. It's the first scooter of the day, Graham. That's good.
I've been a representative of the committee at the Selwyn Huts. I've lived there about 22 years. And I just want to reiterate, especially in relation to talk of arguments at the huts, 95% of the people who own out there support the committee and support our submissions. There is only one person that doesn't. The other two have no view either way. As far as the question of who pays, the council in its wisdom, following an extreme cost blowout that Arthur's Pass had about 20 years ago, decided to bring in district-wide rates for water and sewer. Part of that condition was, if you were going to get it up front, you need to have contributed in some way. There's only one group that wasn't included. It's a great idea, and that's the Upper Selwyn Huts. Just for the record, the Upper Selwyn Huts built a reticulated sewer system in 1922. We were one of the first to have flushing toilets even before Christchurch. In 1987, requirements changed, and the Selwyn Huts engaged Royds to build a most updated sewer system, put in $3,000 each hut, and built the pond and discharge system that we have there. That's just changed now. So we have contributed. We are a community that has contributed and deserve to be on the district-wide rate. I have read Tamutu's submission. I'm disappointed their representative is not here today. I support completely, without question, the regeneration of that lake. It's a disgrace the way it's been left to go. A lot of it is lead in the bottom of the lake from old shotgun over the years. A lot of it is phosphorus, and we know where that comes from. And it's not the Upper Selwyn huts, it's runoff from the many 70 farms within a kilometre of the lake. We are 3 kilometres from the lake. We are not contributors to that. We have reached out. We would love to be part of the solution to the problems of the lake. We have reached out and written on a number of occasions to Tamutu to meet with them. We have had 0 replies. A representative from Tamutu went to a committee meeting out at Tamutu and requested that a couple of us could come and speak and talk, and the answer was no. We want to be part of the solution. If you keep saying no and don't talk to us, we can't be. We could see how we could be a gateway. We could have people could come to the Upper Selwyn huts. We could have information boards on its European and pre-European history. It would be fantastic. We could be part of the cleanup of the lake. I look forward to that. As far as Environment Canterbury is concerned, I've been 15 years on the Selwyn River Rating Committee. What the representative from ECAN, it's a pity he's not still here, said today has never been brought up on the River Rating Committee. I went and spoke to the ECAN Environment Canterbury Committee some time ago and asked if they've ever met and discussed our situation. They said no. I think what was said today, I believe, was the speaker's own views. It's not something ECAN have discussed, to my knowledge. If so, I'd love to know when. We have had a legal opinion from our barrister. You have had a legal opinion from a solicitor in-house. You've had a legal opinion from a solicitor at Buddle Findlay. Our barrister trumps that. It's not some jumped up, recently qualified solicitor. It's a barrister, and she has told us with her complex history that what you're suggesting is illegal. It is illegal for an inspection program because you are not landlords. We own the houses. It is illegal to have a fixed term. You've heard today, I've been absolutely blown away by the speakers I've heard today. I challenge that you would have very few communities in your district with such eloquent speakers and passion for the area they live in. It's been magnificent. So if you pass a resolution that talks about entering our huts for inspections, if you pass a resolution that says we're finite, then we will continue the fight, and don't ask me to sign those things because it's illegal, and I won't do things that are illegal. So don't ask us to. Think very carefully before you sign those sort of things, because our advice from our barrister is it is illegal. So that's what we'll be doing. We will not be signing. So you can pass whatever you like. We will not be signing things. Don't put things up to us that are illegal. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham, for presenting that to us. Are there any comments around the room or questions from councillors? Yeah. Sorry, Deborah, yes.
Thanks, Graham. I've got a clarification. When you say you won't be signing anything, you won't be signing any deed of license to license to occupy?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down this afternoon. The next speakers we have, this is where the order has changed today. So Cara and Daniel are still presenting, but just a little bit later on. And the next presenter is Philippa Fraser.
That's all good.
What I've passed around as part of my formal submission, something I believe every one of you should hold in your hands and ask yourself honestly, does your idea of leadership look anything like this? I've spent 18 months watching what I thought leadership was slowly fall apart. Let me start where leadership actually lives, in my community. I've seen more integrity in the faces of my neighbours than I've ever seen in a stage statement. I've seen leadership in the people who have shown up again and again with no title, no salary, no safety net, just the truth and the courage to keep telling it. Some of you have shown up, asked the right questions and listened. That matters. To many of you, you haven't. What we've had instead is performance. The Jacobs Report is another example. It tried to define us without sitting at our tables. It labelled and boxed us, then quietly handed that version of us to you. It wasn't true. It missed what makes this place a real community. Generations before us, neighbours who lend each other's cars, prune each other's trees, share fruit and jam, watch each other's kids, and yes, serve up the best cheese scones in the district, courtesy of Graham Roberts. That's not just flavour, that's culture, history, and care on a plate. It missed the everyday ties that hold us together through storms, sickness, and loss. My family first came here in 1987. Mum brought in 2000, my brother in 2021. I did too. My sister comes with her children to stay, not for a visit, but because this place has always been part of our family's life. This place holds our memories, our stories. It's where we've lived, cried, grown up. That's what's at stake. That's what gets erased when distant documents try to define us. 94% of us backed our committee. That's a clear message. Still, it's ignored. In 2025, Sam Broughton said in the Selwyn Times, leadership means being honest about the hard calls and owning them. Right next to that was a quote from a Lincoln local. The final insult is when our mayor says he will serve with respect for the community's voice, that will require a complete reversal of character. That contrast said everything, so I wrote in response. One page, two realities. While one side of the page claimed to honour our voice, the other side had silenced it. This hasn't been about risk or fairness. If it had, you would have fronted up from the start. Instead, you shaped perception. You buried key terms like finite, let the media run sound bites. Even our deed of licence, a legal document, was sent out for public comment with no explanation. While we were told to stay quiet, the public was invited to judge our legal footing without context. That betrayal was absent. It was felt in every home, every conversation, every quiet moment someone realised the truth had been kept from them. Then there it was, that sad yellow road sign slapped on the front of our deed of licence packs. Not a symbol of identity, a signal. A quiet goodbye dressed up as paperwork like the decision had already been made and they just forgot to mention it. Some of you praise leadership while your silence reshapes public perception, while your press releases shine in your own communities. You sit back at ours and ours is misrepresented. Still you ask, why do we trust this process? Malcolm Lyle's article on July 11th, 2025 warned of aggression, dishonesty, conspiracy theorists. We've seen that tactic before. It wasn't about protecting the public, it was about setting the tone. A coded warning, challenge the script and you'll be discredited too, sorry. Malcolm, I've watched you in this room tapping your watch while people spoke about their homes. That's not just dismissive, it's symbolic. That's the example you've set. Some of you though showed up. Lydia, Bob, Elizabeth, you visited, you sat with us, you asked the right questions, you dived deep. That counted, thank you. Sharon Mason, the CEO, came out once with what looked like a bodyguard, never came back. That's not leadership, that's distance, that's control disguised as process. I've watched Facebook labels fly, dangerous, difficult. I've seen some of you let that narrative build, unchecked. I've seen your family members comment online while the real story gets buried. I heard Shane, you came out once for afternoon tea, that's all I know. The rest of you, as far as I'm aware, haven't been out here at all. Sam, I heard you drove through once, a sightseeing visit, I don't know what for exactly. Yet some of you shine in your communities, get celebrated, get airtime, get thanked. Some of you are praised as the voice of the people. So let me ask, is this what your community would expect of you if the same thing were happening to them? Or have you based your view on us on reports, headlines, sound bites? Is that what you stand on? We are not occupiers, we are not a liability, we are families, workers, elders. My 2 daughters didn't want to speak today because they've already felt judged by the silence in this room. After I finish speaking, you'll be shown a short reel, a glimpse of what's really here, not the photos you've seen in the media, not the ones Sam likes to show off, but the real ones. So when you cast your votes, remember this. Leadership is not about the words you speak in articles. It's about the actions that follow when no one's watching. Some of you have asked what's real. That is leadership. It needs to be named. But for those who have chosen image over inquiry, silence over service, we saw that too. Real leadership doesn't hide behind titles. It doesn't stage photo ops. It doesn't silence communities and spin headlines. Real leadership steps in, not away. It doesn't wait for collapse to care. It doesn't disguise control as consultation. If this is the best example of leadership Selwyn can offer, then shame on it. Not just for what it did, but for everything it chose not to do. This isn't just a moment, it's a record. When the curtain closes on this performance, the legacy will remain. I won't be taking questions. I've said all that I need to be said, and I'll leave you with the reel and let it speak for itself.
We just get some technical help, please, to play the video. Thank you, Philippa, for breaking that down. Just going to remind members of the public that are here today, we're not going to have loud applause for people that are presenting or challenge to the way that people have presented if you disagree with them as well. The time for councillors to consider and think about what has been presented to us just needs that space. So if I could please ask you to, if you want to congratulate people for what they've presented, I think that's a great thing to do. If you support them, if I could just ask you to do that quietly with them. Thank you. I'm sorry, I've talked with the councillors about this at the beginning of the day, and you're invited in here if you'd like to participate by listening to the presentations, and I want you here to be able to do that. It changes the way that councillors are able to listen and process what we've just heard as we wait for the next presenter. So if I could please ask that. The next presenter is Colin Giddens.
Mr. Mayor, I'll stand because I was very short. I haven't got a lot to say.
I'll just check that if you're standing, can you hear Colin through the microphone if you're standing?
So I'll sit down.
Okay,
Now,
thanks, Colin.
I've got this item here. You won't know what it is because I know you're leaning. This is much more significant than what the council is representing. It's not Maori. This country is indebted to this item. Its roots are back in Europe, and without it, we wouldn't be sitting here. Mr. Mayor, the discussion this afternoon has gone straight over your head, sadly, because you have an agenda. And the only way we're going to do it, and I know this sounds hard, but we're going to change the council, and you'll be one of them that goes with it. So what the council is practicing down in the huts, the same as Ngāi Tahu practiced down in the Green Park huts, is savagery, nothing more. You're destroying people's lives and you're destroying people. I go down there at least 3 nights a week coaching rowing. I'm very good friends with these people and I support them in a lot of ways. And I just think the people that are voting to get rid of the huts should be absolutely, the whole council should be absolutely disgusted in themselves. And that's about all I've got to say, but I hope that you, Mr. Mayor, have heard some of this today, because I know that most of it goes over your head. Thank you.
Thanks for your point of view, Colin. The next presenter is Andrew Bowring. Is Andrew Bowring? Shody Milne is then after that, or Suzanne Allen might be presenting on her behalf.
Right, I'm Suzanne Allen and I'm going to speak out of turn. It says Shody first, who's my son, and then followed by me. But I'm going to read mine, and then I have someone else that I was supposed to be reading at 4 o'clock that I'm speaking for, and he passed away on Monday, so I'm going to honour him by reading his after mine. Right, Suzanne Allen, hut owner of Hut 39 for 30 years. It's our holiday home. It's not my permanent residence. I'm upset with the fact that with what Selwyn District Council is doing to this community and the lack of transparency with which it has gone about things. Selwyn District Council allowed people to purchase dwellings and build new ones and did not inform them they were to face a finite end to their licence in the near future. Selwyn District Council gave the right to live there with permanent residency. This, by its wording, has been misleading to everybody. Up until 2019, there had only been discussion on the settlement's dispersal if the sewer situation could not be rectified and resource consent obtained. I was on the Hut Owners Association as soon as I joined. We brought our batch. I was on the Springston South Reserve Committee from 1995 until its disbandment by SDC
So I've been a part of all the meetings to sort a solution to the sewer for the resource consent, and never through that time was there any reason to have to consider the end of the lease, only if we could not resolve the sewer situation. So we had a rollover every 5 years of our licence until something was sorted. Now, I've been on that committee a lot longer than a lot of these people here have ever been on this Selwyn District Council. So I come with a bit of knowledge. I don't know what you were fed or what you believe, but there's never been any discussion on us having a finite date or it ending. And when I purchased our batch, we were told there was a 99-year lease. I cannot find that in writing, and I have paperwork that goes back with Miss Bradley from the conception of the huts just about, but I still can't find that wording in it. But when I do, that will be slapped on a table. Selwyn District Council has given no proven reason for the finite date or what future use the area will have. Selwyn District Council has not offered compensation, an alternative solution to the housing these people are going to face. It's added more insult by demanding the removal of their homes at their cost, and then doubles down by expecting them to pay a bond. Selwyn District Council is causing terrible stress and distress to many older, mentally and physically unwell people, not to mention leaving them homeless and penniless. Selwyn District Council is now going through the motions of legally allowing for consultation with the community so they can be seen by the wider district to be fair and reasonable. This should have been done first, before any change to the licence. And this has only occurred because the community forced it by spending thousands of dollars to engage a barrister who pointed out their shortcomings on their due process. Meanwhile, Selwyn District Council uses our rates to pay consultants and lawyers to fight back, so we pay twice. And I personally believe the Selwyn District Council has made up their minds already on our outcome, and the consultation is only lip service. Ourselves, our children, our grandchildren have spent 30 years enjoying the lifestyle at the Selwyn Huts, and now that we have great-grandchildren, they'll be lucky to spend any time there if the Selwyn District Council has their way. There is no honest, proven reason for a finite date for this community. It should be based on a watch and see what the future brings, and no one has a crystal ball and can honestly predict. And I will say that the only person to give an absolute honest opinion and reason is your co-governing partner from the Runanga Ngāi Tahu, who categorically stated at an earlier Selwyn District Council meeting, we want no settlements near our lake. Are they the governing body? I need to question. And I know it's co-governing, but they seem to be the only one that can tell us why we can't be there. So you would think that we would take any of our precious children and grandchildren to a risk-adverse area to put their lives in jeopardy? Well, no, we wouldn't. We took them to the Selwyn Huts from the city every weekend, school holidays, to live and experience what every New Zealand child should have the opportunity to do. To live, to learn, experience and love the relaxed, fun pace of life, stressless, climbing real trees, swimming in rivers, making huts, fishing, eeling, floundering, forming friendships and learning life skills. This is a legacy that we intended to leave to many of our generations to come and enjoy these experiences. Selwyn District Council has no right to deprive our families of this chance when there is no reason given or any reasonable point of impact that would change the way things have been for 130 years. And just as a side note, I was also the social convener for numerous years. Some of those activities included our gala day, our races, sack races, sports, fancy dresses, lucky hat draws, boot sales and a big auction, barbecues, social events at the tennis courts. Some of the things the community has supported and family and friends from other areas enjoyed as well. It's a vibrant, diverse, multiracial ages, from young to old, enjoying a peaceful life and not affecting anyone else in the Selwyn area. That's mine. Hopefully my 5 minutes is still falling within that.
Yeah, it's fine. And can I just check, are you reading Shodi's as well?
I just said at the beginning, I will put Shodi in Ari's place. I am speaking on behalf of Ari Mutt, who passed away on Monday.
Sure.
He was a lovely gentleman that suffered numerous medical events that left him non-verbal and with some physical challenges. And I read this in his honour because it took him hours and hours trying to scratch notes to tell me what he wanted said, because this affected him too. So on his behalf, when I bought my home at 40 Spackman Ave 2 years ago, I was never told or was it indicated to me that the lease was going to be finite. I understood the sewer system was to be installed, which would meet ECAN's requirements, as the existing oxidation pond and border diking method was no longer acceptable. I invested my savings into this property with the understanding that I would have an asset I could leave to my family on my death. Now, with what Selwyn District Council is proposing, means I will be leaving them with an unknown debt. Having suffered several strokes, which has left me with being non-verbal and mobility and depression issues, I sought a place that was peaceful and rural. Having lived here before, I knew the community is fully accepting of the people that don't always meet with acceptance in suburbia. This gives me my independence. The reasons you give for termination are not relevant, and there is nowhere else in this country where the terms would be accepted. Let us live in peace and harmony in the community we all call home, and stop adding more stress to vulnerable, elderly, young, or just normal people. This community is our home. Thank you. Any questions that I've missed?
There may be, but do you also want to give Shirley's presentation now, or would you rather have a break and do that later?
Putting somebody else up?
No, just while you're here, if you'd
But I
like to do
still
that now.
want the space because I've got a Michael to do later too. So if I've got my-
Whatever you prefer, Suzanne, I'm happy to wait till later.
Oh, no, if I've got my 10 minutes isn't up, then I'll read his as well. Our family batch has been giving my family years of enjoyment and escape from the city, which we wish to have continued. It's given refuge to many family and friends when they've needed a break, or been in between house moves, marriage breakups, or just somewhere peaceful to rest. The relaxed lifestyle and serene surroundings are something we have all enjoyed. Many have become fishermen because of our time there and have enjoyed all the community-based activities over the festive seasons. We've always believed that our batch will stay in the family for many generations to enjoy spending time at. So it comes as an unsettling announcement that the Selwyn District Council wants all the homes to go at a time that they will decide on, and leave any surviving family members with a debt to remove the building and return the lot to its original condition. My questions are, why end the lease? If anyone wants to give me one. Why no compensation? If anyone wants to answer that. Why pay a bond into Selwyn District Council's bank accounts? And can you tell us, what did it look like pre-inhabitation, which is what we're supposed to return it to? Or else we may be left with a huge debt to meet your standards of what you call pre-habitation. We'd love to see photos if anyone's got some. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, councillors, on that? No, you're okay. Suzanne, thank you.
I'm just standing.
Okay.
Ready to leave.
No, we appreciate those 3 submissions. Thank you for doing that for us. The next presenter is Daniel Tenaru.
Got it.
Got it, Daniel. Yeah.
Just before I start, I'd like to thank the Selwyn District Council for finally mowing the lawns out home, because everybody here knows that I love to use the domain to practice my golf swing. So thank you. Sorry. Okay, just the story. I was born in the Waikato, but we came to Christchurch when I was just a baby. Raised far from my whenua, my mum, my 6 siblings and I. We moved house more times than I can count. Bishopdale, Aranui, Linwood, Phillipstown, Hornby. We hated moving, but we didn't have a choice. When I left home, it was much of the same. Ashburton, Kaiapoi, Woolston, Sumner, Riccarton, always searching for something that felt like home. Mum used to talk about Kawhia all the time. She never took us there when we were young, but she'd always talk about home, always saying she wanted to take us, that we needed to see it, to feel it. It wasn't until I was older and finally stood on my ancestral land that I understood that pull, the wairoa, the deep connection. One day, I met this girl. Guess where she lived? The Selwyn Huts. I'd never even heard of it, never been there before. So the first time I followed her out, and I'll never forget it. As I came around the corner and drove past the houses on the main street, wow, what is this place? And as I got out of the car, that feeling came back, that same one I felt when I stood on my ancestral land. It didn't take long for me to fall in love with her and with this place. I thought to myself, I'm going to have to marry this girl so we can stay here forever. And we did. We said our vows at the Selwyn Huts in front of her mother's house, the house she grew up in front of the trees she used to climb. A small, humble ceremony, but beautiful. We moved in to save for a deposit and start our whānau. We worked hard, we saved hard, and then came our son into the world, our greatest taonga. He took his first steps right where we said I do, in front of his grandmother's house, in front of those same trees he now climbs just like his mother did. A while later, another blessing came our way. A good friend, neighbour, offered us a whare of our own. When we got the keys, we stood there and said, this is real, this is ours. I felt like the man I was born to be, a home, a wife, a family. We made it. And what better place than the Selwyn Huts, our own slice of heaven, a peaceful place to grow old, watch our boys grow up. This was our happily ever after. Then came 2024. In no particular order, confusion, heartbreak, tears, anger, rumours, meetings, and all the W's. Why are they doing this? What are they going to do? Where will we go? The dream shattered with the crack of a gavel. I've lived all over now. I've lived all over, and nowhere has it ever felt like Kainga, like home, like here. We all know each other, and everyone says hello. The kids run free, safe, looked out for by a hundred neighbours. We all look out for each other. That kind of community is rare. And now, my youngest boy, who is just 7, is feeling the weight of this too. Papa, why do those people want us to move away? I don't know, son. I really love it here. My friends are here, and Nene's close. Will I still see her if we move? I try to answer, but I don't want to break his heart. Come on, son, we're going to miss the school bus. Papa, if we move, will the bus still come to our house? The next morning, Papa, do you think if they meet us, they might change their minds? What do you mean, son? Those people that want us to go, if they come here and get to know us in this place, maybe they'll change their minds. All I could say was maybe, son, maybe. That's how far you've reached into our lives, from the oldest to the youngest, and we are all worried about our future. You say you're giving us certainty like it's a peace of mind, but certainty is not peace. You've given us certainty that we'll lose everything we've worked so hard for, certainty that our kids will have to leave the only home they've ever known, certainty that we'll face hard conversations with our neighbours, our whānau, our children, certainty that our golden years won't be golden, just gut-wrenching, and not even a cent of compensation, not even a bucket to piss in. Another plan made behind closed doors, another case of the man pushing people out. From a Māori perspective, well, I wonder what that feels like. We know exactly what that feels like because we've seen it before and now we're seeing it again. But this time it's not my grandparents or my mother, it's me and my son. And I will not let him grow up thinking he doesn't have a place in this world, because he does, right here. This is our home. This is our tūranga waiwai. And as we have already shown you, we will not let you take it without a fight. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Daniel. Thank you for sharing your story with us and your views. We appreciate it this afternoon. Ta.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Charles Dillamore. Sorry, Charles Dillamore. Okay.
Good afternoon. No one's mentioned it yet, but I'd like to send a thanks of approval or thanks.
Sorry, Charles, can I just get you to pull that microphone just a bit closer to your mouth?
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
No one's mentioned it yet, and they should have. Someone should say thank you to the Sallys who were here this morning. I know what it's like being a volunteer and not getting appreciated. I'm in a me and my wife are a recent addition to the Upper Selwyn Huts. Our history goes back to 71 at Lower. Dad bought that place, and the same things that happened there are happening here. Families bring up families, wanting to stay for, for as long as they can. And it's a place to go on the weekends or to live there. Well, you wouldn't want to live there now, not in not in lower. There we go. I'm not a speaker. I'm not here to dig at people, but down at Lower Huts, flooding is a regular occurrence, as in 2013 from personal experience. That hut had to come down in last year because it was uneconomical to repair, and we decided, remember what, that this area is such a nice place to be. That's why we purchased a property in Upper. We went to the Selwyn Council many times, or a few times, and they said nothing about a finite term, only the sewage. Okay, yeah, we hummed and hard, yeah, we'll do it. We know, because we knew we have to buy into that. It's fine, it's good. We've got a sewage that takes it away. A realty agent in Lincoln described the Lower Selwyn Huts as shacks. Upper Selwyn Huts are not. They're not just huts. They're not a hovel. They're not built from driftwood and canvas. They are real homes that people have built and expect to live out their lives. These homes contain people who are old, families, nowhere else to go, somewhere to go on the weekends, as in our case, on occasion. We don't live there, but we understand what those who do are going through. The Upper Selwyn Huts have existed longer than the Selwyn District Council. The last time I saw, no dig to you, sir. The last time I saw the mayor was in this building, who introduced a reformed prisoner. It was, remember that one? Okay, you mentioned in the introduction, I can't remember much of it, you mentioned love of family, love of community. Unfortunately for the City District Council, the people of our Upper Selwyn Huts love their homes too much. That's why they're here today, to do their damnedest to protect them from threatened removal using dubious evidence and questionable scenarios. If you're going to come up with another submission form, please be balanced. There were boxes left off that we would have ticked. Finite term, 30 years, whatever, tick. Most of us, all of us would have ticked that box. It wasn't there. So use a neutral party. But this one was made out in your favour, this District Council's favour. The human habitation, I can't remember, Act was mentioned previously when the question of inspections was brought up. Who can use this Act? Renters, landlords, and letting agents. How many complaints? There's an agreement between the renter and the landlord or letting agent that matters. If you're not covered by the Act, you can complain to local council. How many complaints have you guys had from renters? The inspection of outside dwellings. Okay, have a look. You can use drones. I won't know you're there. But for someone to come into our hut is wrong. Even the police need a search warrant. Yeah, I mean, the huts were built to code, surely. Surely that's enough. What are you going to say or do when someone has reached the end of their tether and with nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, no money to spend, no one to talk to, end their lives? Because what else is there to do? No future. Will you wring your hands and include that as another trigger to remove the other individuals? Where else in the dead of night can you step outside and hear nothing? You can't do that in the city. You can hear birds. Some are indigenous, some are not. Some are exotic. You can hear fish jumping in the river. Where else can you hear that? Conflicts happened everywhere. Everywhere conflicts happen. We live in Christchurch. We have a conflict with a neighbour. Sometimes, once we had a conflict with the neighbour Upper Salmon. Resolved. That's what we do. We resolve. If someone is going to go to the media and describe the situation at Upper Salmon Huts or our community, please be accurate. We weren't evacuated. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, no mention of a finite term was mentioned by any Selwyn District Council staff, and we were there lots of times. And now we're just faced with this. I mean, we're not there all the time, but we still love that place. It's just so quiet. It's wonderful. That's it.
Thank you, Charles.
Any questions?
Yeah, there is from Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, you talked about the finite term. What do you think is fair for someone wanting to purchase one of the Upper Selwyn huts? How much in advance should they be notified before they purchase that there is a possible finite term or an impending change to the deed of license or any of the term conditions around those huts? How many years?
Pretty damn soon. You know, we hear you want to buy a hut at Upper Selwyn, but just in case you don't know, you could be asked to leave in 5 years or 10 years.
Thank you.
Also, I mentioned I want to know why some of you want us gone, and yet some of us want us to stay. I'm not quite sure why aren't you all in agreement to either go or stay? That'd be interesting.
So that will be in a couple of weeks' time. We'll
Yeah.
be deliberating on all of the information that's been presented. So you'll see that at that meeting, Charles. Thank you for coming down today and presenting that to us.
Well, and also, I mean, last bit, I can't improve or add to more than what's already been presented. What evidence or factors you've come up with to have the upper community at Upper Salmon removed has been disproved or even proven to be invalid. There you go.
Thank you.
Are they mine or not? No.
There's a pair of sunglasses left on the front table if someone's left them behind. Great. They're Daniel's. Thank you, Charles. The next presenter is Lee Rossiter. Kia ora, Lee. Thank you for coming and presenting to us today.
Thank you for allowing us to be able to do it. Afternoon. My first issue I would like to address is the contract my husband and I entered into with the Selwyn District Council in 2008. Signed contract, and that was to build our house. In that document, the intended life of our building is indefinite, but not less than 50 years. A copy of this was attached with my submission. By my reckoning, we still have at least another 33 years to go on the contract with you. We've not gone down this road yet, as we have chosen to fight with our community. I'd like to talk about our heritage. Selwyn District Council, you should be proud of having us a 130-year-old established settlement in your district, a village that is an iconic part of Selwyn, Canterbury and New Zealand's history, that still has ongoing traditions like our yearly gala dating back to 1913, starting always with the ringing of the bell. Selwyn District Council failed to recognise and protect the historic significance of the Upper Selwyn huts in 2019 by underhandedly sabotaging our application to Heritage New Zealand for the settlement to be recognised on the heritage list. This has been addressed in detail in the Selwyn Hut Owners Association submission. Our community is incredibly unique, special and vital to the social health of the area. I've had the pleasure of working on the historian's report from Underground, Overground Architectural, a statement of significance report. You received a copy of that this morning. I thought I knew a lot about living here for the past 20 years. I thought I knew a lot about the huts after living here for 20 years plus. But wow, what I've learnt has only whet my appetite to delve deeper and find out more. The number of existing owners who have family connections going back over 100 years is amazing. Did you know we had the first flushing toilet before Leaston? We're not sure on Christchurch, I know that's already been said. Or that our King Charles, great-grandfather, Duke of York, fished on the river in 1927. We're an asset to the Selwyn Council as a historic and cultural area that deserves to be preserved. This has been a hard, emotional and expensive fight for a number of years for us to stay in our warm, cosy, forever homes, with no rational reason as to why you're trying to put us out on the street with no asset to sell and no compensation. You're expecting my husband and I, in our 60s, to start again after having worked hard establishing our roots and getting ourselves into a position to go into a comfortable retirement. Now, please be honest, what is the real reason, motive behind this wanting to shut a whole community down? And if you're not 100% sure of the reason, then how on earth can you vote on this? And if you do know, can you let us know? Thank you.
Lee, thank you for that. It's a question here from Deborah and then Elizabeth.
Thank you. I note that you said that you built your house in 2008.
Correct.
Was it a replacement house and was it subject to a resource consent hearing?
Yes, it was. We had resource from all our neighbours. We demolished and built.
Thank you.
I haven't had the privilege of reading all of this about the archaeology and the history of the site, but do you think there would be an appetite amongst the community, and you probably can't answer for them, but just answer for yourself perhaps, after seeing all the information in here, do you feel there would be an appetite for yourself to preserve some of the historic buildings on that site, even if it means what was mentioned earlier, that they can't be modified and extended, etc.?
There are a couple there that are fairly original. Yes, I don't know whether it can be preserved individual huts or whether it's got to be all the huts. But one of our big wishes is to have a hut that we can turn into a museum for the history, because it's just mind-blowing the amount of history at the huts, and we can't lose it.
Thank you. Okay, we appreciate you coming and presenting that to us. The next presenter is Claire Ryan. Yeah, can we get some IT help for Claire?
Not Vicky though.
No, that's just online participation. So it's just you in the room and the microphone. Yep. Do you have a presentation for us as well, though?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to acknowledge that your work as elected officials is a special commitment of your time and energy, and I am grateful for your service. I appreciate that you have a very hard job at times, but I also need to tell you that I have found the last 10 years negotiating the future of the huts to be deeply unpleasant and stressful, and it has been the council rather than the council staff that have made the process such hard work. This is the third oral submission I have made on this matter. Alongside the others today, I will be making pretty much the same points as the last two times. The council is proposing a tenancy agreement that appears specifically designed to close down the settlement. but by stealth this time. Here is a reminder. I was present at 2 public meetings prior to 2020 where council staff said publicly the recommendation to council from staff was for a renewal of 20 years. There was no mention of an end date or levelling the site. The specific clauses I see that are punitive are an end date, because we don't want one and you don't have a legal need for one. 2, a bond, because we haven't needed one for the last 130 years. 3, hut inspections. 4, a clause to cancel tenancy in certain weather situations which are unspecified. I explained my thinking in my written submission. Today, I want to concentrate on the last 2 items, hut inspections and cancelled tenancy. I think there are about 20% more houses in the Selwyn district now than there were back in 2018, all looking very similar as builders, homeowners and compliance officers converge on the most efficient, economical and legally compliant way to build a house in the 21st century. Not surprisingly, the huts followed a similar trajectory, but in the early mid-20th century. Apart from the new huts that look like dairy farm accommodation, to be fair, most of the huts follow the same architectural theme which our historical report identifies as a significant representation of a time and a place. How exactly would a building inspection respect that? How would it be possible to gain any benefit from an inspection that would find a 120-year-old building non-compliant? As councillors, do you see this as an opportunity to require hut owners to comply with the current building code? Owners of old farmhouses don't get inspected. Why us? I think it will destroy the historicity of the village. Can you explain how it won't? Perhaps you see this as a way to yellow or red sticker a hut, which will mean someone will have to move out. Or maybe you think it is a way to identify historic huts that can be registered and then pickled in aspic so no one can change them in any way. Hut owners will be damned if they haven't made changes and damned if they have. As councillors, can you explain why you need to have building inspections and what you mean to accomplish by them? All I can see is a way to get rid of people, which has been a theme throughout the last 6 years. I can't see how this is an innocent addition. My final point is that suggesting a flooded road is a just cause to cancel our tenancy is plain bonkers. According to the council website, the Upper Huts is the same elevation as Lincoln. When my hut floods, Lincoln will be underwater. 30,000 hectares has to be underwater before the Lower Selwyn huts flood. Civil Defence has all the powers it needs to evacuate communities. In a massive floodplain the size of the Te Waihora watershed, a flooded road that does not contain a bridge over a stream or a creek, let alone a river, is not relevant. It is a road that has never even been washed out. Akaroa and Arthur's Pass have been cut off for longer with more serious road issues than Selwyn huts. Why are you wanting to add this clause? I can't see how this is an innocent addition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claire. Appreciate you coming down this afternoon, and Elizabeth has a question for you.
Yeah, I hear you on the pickling of the historic buildings. Do you think there could be a middle ground where we find a way to work, where we protect some of the more historical places as they are now, just for the preservation of that historical element, but still allowing people to be able to comfortably live in them without having to return them to a pre-1910s state?
Yeah, that's something that needs to be spoken about. And it's the wrong thing to put in a tenancy agreement. It's a negotiation to have with the community over a long period of time.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. Appreciate you coming down. The next presenter is Wendy Morland. Good, Wendy. Thank you for presenting.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Morland. My primary residence is in Leeston and I have a recreational bach at the Upper Selwyn Huts. I'm a 4th generation hut owner and have owned my hut for the past 20 years. My great-grandmother, grandmother and late mother were instrumental in running the Upper Selwyn Huts shop. My late father was also on the Upper Selwyn Hut Owners Committee in the 1980s. The Crown owns the land and the Selwyn District Council are caretakers of the land and utilities. The Selwyn Huts community expectations from the Selwyn District Council are trust, honesty and transparency. We believe you have neglected to deliver to the people. We do not trust the decisions made by Selwyn District Council, and the big question for the community is why do you want the Selwyn Huts gone? Selwyn District Council have suggested we pay a percentage of the new sewage system, which is a Selwyn District Council owned asset. Is this truly fair when all neighbouring communities are included in the district-wide rates? We have our own neighbourhood watch and civil defence procedures in place for times of extreme weather. This ensures everybody's safety is not compromised. The Upper Selwyn Huts is one of the eldest settlements in the Selwyn district. Therefore, this heritage needs to be protected. In the latest Selwyn Residents Guide 2025, the big colourful copy that arrived in our mail just over a week ago, you failed to mention the existence of our historical settlement. You mentioned the Selwyn River being connected to Bishop Selwyn. Where do you think the Selwyn Huts in Selwyn District got their name? The Selwyn River is home to St Thomas's, Darfield, Rolleston, Lincoln, combined secondary schools rowing, whom all train at the river. We have a secluded nature walk to the mouth of the Selwyn River, as well as fishing, hunting, bird watching, and yet you fail to promote this area. Over the past decade, families here purchased properties at the Upper Selwyn Huts and made this their permanent homes. They love their environment, culture, and their surroundings. These property purchases were endorsed by the Selwyn District Council. I believe we should be granted a 30-year licence with the right of renewal, providing no person's safety is compromised due to climate change or global warming. The value of my bach has decreased 21k in the latest rates demand without explanation. My lot, which I don't own, has decreased a further 7k, yet my rates have increased over $300 per annum. On top of this, my hut licence, which increases my outgoings to Selwyn District Council to $3,050 per annum. For the past 18 months, I personally have endured sleepless nights, resentment, hypertension, and anger towards Selwyn District Council due to their inconsistent decisions. 4 of the 5 Selwyn District councillors that voted the Upper Selwyn Huts be issued a finite term are not standing for the Selwyn District this election. This could be detrimental to the Upper Selwyn Huts and Selwyn District Council, as there is no accountability for their future decisions. My final question to you is, what impact does the space station at Kaitariki Spit have on the Selwyn Huts' future? Documentations suggest this could be a potential issue. I myself love my little piece of paradise throughout the year and enjoy the company of the residents. Listen to the people, Selwyn District Council. Be fair and humane. Let's protect our heritage now and for the future. I leave you with these thoughts.
Thanks, Wendy. Deborah has got a question for you.
Me? I have a question. I was interested in the fact that you mentioned about your license fee and your rates, and the combined what you're paying now is $3,050 and $50 and combined together. Currently, are you aware that your license fee covers your water and sewage operational charges?
Well, if that's the case, then why are we going to be asked to pay towards the sewage system when you own it?
Yeah. Thank you for that. The final speaker is Cecile Tate. Is Cecile here? No.
I spent my life savings on buying my hut in the 1990s. I understood it to be on a 100-year lease, renewable every 5 years. And it was to be the home I would live in for the rest of my life. I became one of the 12 permanent residents when we were run by a committee which began in 1895 and lasted until the Selwyn District Council took over. The Selwyn District Council then made everyone permanent at the Upper Selwyn huts. Since 2017, when we were told that we were to be evicted, I have lived with the stress of possibly losing my home, my property, the vegetable garden I live off because I'm a vegetarian, my possessions, treasures, and memories. The stress has been impacting my life unfavorably for 8 years and causing negative effects on the physical abilities of my body, such as sleep problems, headaches, and fatigue. I can't sell my land because it is owned by the Crown. I don't feel I can sell my home as the threat of eviction makes it valueless. So where would I get the money to shift, let alone buy? I am on the invalid's benefit for life as I'm severely disabled. I live alone. I never married or had children. My only next of kin that I have no contact with lives in the Northern Hemisphere. So I have no one to help me. Where would I even get the energy to shift? I have had my meals, that's my meals, prepared for me since 2001 by ACC funded staff. I am stressed out due to this threat of eviction and the Selwyn District Council ignoring New Zealand law like the Rolled Act and the Reserves Act. In conclusion, from the very core of my being, I believe what the Selwyn District Council are doing in attempting to evict us for no valid reason is a violation of human rights. I can't deal with questions, thank you.
Thank you for that, Sis. That brings us to the next break. We will adjourn the meeting and begin again at 3:20. So they read the building, they lease their vehicle, put clients of equipment companies free hire. I didn't realize that they're in. So if you're here's an ambulance for me to say that like the next maintenance still is making people dollars a day. Yeah, I think we did for me. Right, measure it. So I may have taken it out of podcast, but. Yeah, but then that's the same thing. So you have recycling. I know. Bring it on. Well, kia ora. We'll continue the hearings this afternoon, and our first presenter is Jeremy Meiklejohn. Is Jeremy here? Hi, Jeremy. Thank you for your submission today.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay. I am a resident of the Upper Selwyn Huts, and as a recent home buyer, I would like some answers, some truthful, honest answers. While the public hears words, while the public hears words like consultation and safety, the machinery behind the scenes tells a different story. One of calculated emission, strategic silence. Let's be clear, this isn't about natural hazards. Why, under this council, are transfers of the deed of license being approved and signed off by the Mayor and CEO, knowing full well people are investing their futures into homes that you are preparing to wipe from the map? How can that be justified? That's not just unfair, it's unethical. And it seems like calculated deception. When a council knowingly facilitates transactions in a space it is actively trying to disestablish, it ceases to be a neutral actor. It becomes the architect of loss. I bought my home in December 2023. And as you know, you need cash to purchase at the Upper Selwyn Huts. And it wasn't a small amount. To then, only a few months later, find out that this council is preparing to wipe this historic place from existence. I've worked very hard throughout my life to be in a position to be able to do that. So to find out what we all found out was pretty disappointing, to say the least. I did my due diligence before purchasing at the Upper Selwyn Huts and didn't find any major reason not to buy there, nor did my lawyer. And I must say that my lawyer has also facilitated numerous other sales and purchases at the Upper Selwyn Huts. So if he would have known that, I would have known. In some correspondence with a council staff member, I since found out that since the early 2000s, any potential purchaser should be informed of the current situation and that the council advised it would not proceed with transfers of deed of license without first checking the purchaser had received a copy of the letter and understood the proposed changes. I, for one, did not hear from anybody prior to my deed of license being signed off. Is there any evidence that this ever happened? Is there any evidence of anybody checking? I can say I am not the only home purchaser since your decision was made in 2019 to not be informed of this valid information during the purchasing process. Would you have purchased at the Upper Selwyn Huts knowing what you know? I can tell you I probably wouldn't have for the price I did, knowing what I now know. How would you feel if you or your family were put in this position? How do you sleep at night, knowing what it means for us? And the same questions we have always asked. Why? 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 Why won't you be transparent and tell us the real reasons behind your decision? I think at the very least, the community of the Upper Selwyn Huts deserves this, don't you? I would also like to ask how you can send out a submission pack that is misleading. Is that to paint an even thicker perception for the public of the Upper Selwyn Huts? There is more truthful information that could have been put in that document, e.g. price of deed of license included, but not the price of rates, to make it look like we don't pay much for being here. Carefully crafted deception, this is what that seems like. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the word for the council, or maybe just the mayor, is transparency. Because obviously you don't know what that means. I could tell you, but you already know. How can you vote on this when 7 of your council members won't be back at the table next term? Let's be honest, it does seem very, 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 I'll emphasize that, very rushed, does it not? So before you vote on this, ask yourselves, ask yourselves this. Has this process been transparent? Has it been impartial? Could we have done a lot better? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. There are questions from any of the councillors? Elizabeth.
You raised a really good point, which was a question I guess we've all had. You said you purchased in, sorry, I'm trying to write this down, 2023.
Yep.
This is really only 2 years ago, and there was no
18 months.
18 months, and no notification was given to you about this at all.
Yep.
You did your due diligence.
Oh, yeah.
And you have had a lawyer. So, yeah, that's pretty horrific.
Especially when you've I'm 41, just turned 41. Worked bloody hard all my life to sink $180,000 into that, which I've effectively would have been better to go and spend the next 6 months at the pub. At least I would have had more satisfaction. And someone probably would have carried me out.
Sure. So the question I have is, you did mention you wouldn't have paid that amount for, but what do you feel would have been just and right knowledge for you to have received when you went and purchased at that point? What should the council have told you, given that a decision hadn't yet been fully made? What would have been helpful information?
Well, I did include here that in some correspondence with a council staff member that I did since find out that since the early 2000s, any potential purchaser should have been informed of the current situation, and the council also advised it would not proceed with transfers of deed of license without first checking the purchaser had received a copy of the letter and understood changes. So the duty lies within somebody in this building, in this table, to make sure that the people are informed, they understand, and that's that. So until that has happened, how is that fair?
So you would to have understanding that the council was going to bring this decision back to the table, and that all of what we're discussing today was relevant to a future decision, would have been incredibly helpful knowledge for you.
Well, yes, because the thing is that with that 2019 decision, where the word finite arose, right, that was majoritarily pretty much all just around the wastewater renewal, and that there was nothing in there that was a red flag about future tenure. And if there had been, then trust me, like the bullshit I've been through in the last 8 years, there's no way I would have sunk all my hard-earned cash, and that is like blood, sweat, and effing tears for that, and my body has now paid the price for that. There's just no way. Like, who in their right effing mind would do that shit? I can tell you none of yous would. Correct me if I'm wrong, so you would? No, you wouldn't, would you? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for coming and answering that question as well. The next presenter is Adelaide White. Adelaide, are you here? Sorry, is Adelaide White? Murray, you're presenting this, so thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the councillors and mayor. Well, I haven't been to a council meeting for 30 years plus. Really, the only one I know is Deborah. So my name's Murray Healy, and I'm getting involved because what is happening is completely wrong and not something that should happen in New Zealand. I've also bought an air timer because my trust in the council is very, very low. So I'm setting it to 5 minutes, because sometimes when people don't like what we say, I've been cut off about 30 years ago. So after that time, I took an egg timer and I don't get cut off. So I'm doing this for Adelaide White. So I've come out of retirement to fight the proposed eviction of the Selwyn Huts residents for Adelaide White. You must wonder why. There are 200 submissions and around about 60 people wanting to speak about the Selwyn Huts. I hope you can guess why, but it really makes me wonder. This is terrible, councillors, absolutely terrible. What's going on here is a travesty of natural justice. It's disgraceful. But anyway, you might want to take this is this lovely little house she lives in. Take this up. Bring it up.
I'll take it up and you can continue speaking.
So this is the lovely little house she lives in, and they're going to put the bulldozer through it. That's basically what you want to do. The bulldozer. The bulldozer. As the pictures are passed around, you just have a good look. What a nice little house this is. And what you're doing. I can't believe you'd be so callous. Anyway, let's talk a bit more about it. Adelaide White has lived at the Upper Selwyn Huts for 16 years, since 2009 at 92 Moorhouse Ave. She has no family in New Zealand and lives alone. She's a pensioner. And you're going to do this to pensioners. And it has to work a few days a week because the rates and everything's so dear, so she can make ends meet. She's not a pensioner, she's still working. So she has to do this to survive. Now, there's thousands of people that in New Zealand lived in the same position. It's unbelievable. And most people, I'd better get me things out, are built with a silver spoon. Got loads of money. You lot round here mostly have. I'm not short of $1. But there's people that are really struggling. And that's her. And the thing's getting a bit tainted. And it's getting a lot more tainted because of you people, the way you're carrying on. If she's evicted, she'll have nowhere to stay. This is completely irresponsible. No family here of a council even to contemplate this. Oh, it's only done 2 minutes. She's had throat ulcers.
Rely on our timer if you need. You've still got 1:30 to go. So
yeah, she's had throat ulcers, and she's got run down. She's had to have sick leave, and she's run out of sick leave. Now we're on about the 30-year license. The best thing you can do, and the only thing can happen, you have 33-year lease with right of renewal of another 33 years if no repeat or excess flooding recurs. Some experts say it'll be 60 years before the sea comes in. Now flooding, a bit of history on flooding. It was far worse years ago because they had nothing. We're talking about the turn of the century. The whole of Taitap was flooded. And since over the years, they made it a lot better, digging it out, letting the lake go. But even into the 1980s, they only rated the people around the area. This was the regional council. And it wasn't that good. But now they do it a lot better. So honestly, it could go on for a long time. I'll get on to the final bit. I'd like the opportunity to thank Deborah Hassan and Grant Miller for all the years of hard work as local councillors. And finally, it's been a long day, and I want something to remember when you remember the deliberations. And Sam, I've got a little bulldozer. How terrible, because that's what's going to happen. But I'm not going to send it to you, because I'm hoping you're not going to be there. Isn't this a shocker?
thank you, Murray.
No, I haven't finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
There you go, Deborah. That's great.
On what's going on.
Thanks, Murray. That's been great. The next presenter is Denise Carrick.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. No rānana o kutipuna, no rānana hoki a hou. Kai rekona te kāinga, kai te mahi o ki te kura o Horaka Haumata, he kai whakatere o te kura, poipoia te kākano ki a puawai. Ko Denise toku ingoa, no reira tēnā koutou, katoa. My name is Denise and, oh, I'm not, oh gosh, even closer. Okay, I'm even closer. Oh gosh, I had so much that I wanted to say today, but to be honest, the whole day has been so emotional. And when Daniel spoke, it did trigger some memories, and the talk of home and the talk of Te Ranga Waiwai. And that's why I'm here. People may know I am standing for council, but that is not why I'm here today. I'm not worried about that. This is to talk about people's homes. We owned one of the huts when I first met my husband 20 years ago. It is a special place. It was then, and it still is now. I don't have the long history that many of these people do, but some of them are my friends, and I have other friends around the country who we met whilst we were living there. I'm also here because I'm a decent human being, and how you are treating the residents of the huts as second class, or even lower than that, third, fourth class citizens, is so wrong. I live in a house that was built in 1865 here in Lincoln, but nobody would expect to come through my house and do a building inspection unless I was selling it. And I don't know why we have to be going through the huts. I know the one that we owned, we looked after it, we put in a fire, it was all consented, it was all, we did the kitchen up, we did the bathroom. So my question really today, like everyone else, is why? There has been no logical reason given. Why can't they have a 30-year renewable lease with some proper research and evidence into the triggers that everyone keeps talking about to leave? Yesterday, you announced that the Ellesmere wastewater pipeline project had been finished early. It was in the Selwyn Times. $9 million under the original $35.6 million budget. It was the largest single capital works project in the history of Selwyn. A significant part of this project was connecting Upper Selwyn Huts to the Pines wastewater plant. That was yesterday's announcement. Today we are here and you're wanting to remove the people from the Upper Selwyn Huts. I have no other way to say this other than why. And listening to people like the gentleman before me who bought a house in 2023, my brain is just exploding, to be honest, so you'll have to bear with me because I just don't know what is going on here. I am begging you, and that's a big word to use, begging you, to rethink this whole situation in light of what's been said today, and also in light of the fact that you only have 2 councillors restanding, which really gives you no mandate to make this decision in this rush at the very last meeting of this council, without the full facts and research into what would be the correct triggers. The triggers you talk about have the possibility to set a precedent to other communities across Selwyn. I've heard someone talk about Arthur's Pass because sometimes you can't access them for snow, ice, landslides, mudslides. So, yeah, those conditions don't work either. Not everyone wants to or can fit inside the box. And we should embrace that as a diverse and inclusive community. People throw those words around so much, But do they actually know what they mean, and are they actually going to live by it? I don't know. Selwyn has precisely 25 Kaingaora homes, no social services, and no temporary accommodation for anyone in need. Last week alone, through Lincoln Voice, we had families contact us via a third party looking for help. 2 families, they were about to lose their homes to a mortgagee sale through financial circumstances beyond their control. Where will they go? Where will the people living in the huts go? Why should they have to leave their community, leave Selwyn, and any support they may have to go and live in a totally different place? Thank you for giving this your time and your fullest attention. I would normally say I'll take questions, but I've noticed a very disturbing power imbalance today in the room. To people who've come here to fight for their homes, and they've been treated so rudely. So I won't be taking questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. The next presenter is Frank Sharp. Frank is meant to be joining us online. I can't see him online yet, but Vicky Glynn is the speaker afterwards, and Vicky is online. So Vicky, if you'd like to turn your microphone and video on, we'll take your submission now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I've watched most of the day, and it's been a tribute to the Selwyn District Council that you have single-handedly created a fantastic and passionate community united to defend their homes in the Selwyn huts. So thank you for the work you've done in bringing the community together. I've been part of the Glynn family hut, which we've owned for over 100 years. It's a special place for us to go. Our childhood was spent there. We go there regularly. All family members go there regularly and spend time in the place that is historically really important to us. My business career took me overseas for many years, 20 plus years. And one of the things which I learned from my time in the UK and Europe was to respect history. And New Zealand really has a lot to learn. We simply don't respect the history that we have. And when I returned to New Zealand 10 years ago, I was in despair of the way we didn't respect our own history, and we tear everything down. We destroy and tear things down. I was renovating a very old Kauri villa in Auckland and found newspapers from 1888 and no one wanted them. And I think that's a very sad indictment of New Zealand, that we have no respect for our history as Europe and the UK do. I think it would be a tragedy if the Selwyn huts were lost, because they are rich in history. And that history is captured in the document, the Upper Selwyn Huts, a Statement of Significance, prepared by Underground Overground Archaeology. And I just want to point you to a small section of that where they say their assessment of the heritage values of the Upper Selwyn Huts finds the place to have special heritage significance as a testament to the recreational sport of angling and the small fishing hut communities that once graced New Zealand's river and lakefronts in the 19th and 20th century. The huts are an example of an increasingly rare type of vernacular architecture which represents the Kiwi number 8 wire tradition of do-it-yourself. And I can attest to that do-it-yourself attitude in our own hut. We were always creating different spaces, making do, etc. So I looked at the Selwyn District Council's places of special historical interest, because I thought, well, let's see what's listed there as something in the district plan. Is there huts of this type listed? And surprisingly, I found churches, halls, a scout den, stores, library, police, war, court, memorials, cottages from tunnellers, etc., wool sheds, a grandstand, a whole lot of other things, and surprisingly also a railway station long drop is recognised in the council's places of special significance. But the huts you're prepared to tear down, you're prepared to destroy the history of fishing, the history of angling that's been created there over the years, and I find it very sad that we're not respecting history more. So it's been a very long and emotional day for a lot of people because you are taking away their livelihood. And I don't feel that due diligence has been done in really helping them understand why this is necessary. And a lot of that word why came up a lot during the day. I don't think people can understand what the council's approach is and why this is being proposed, that their houses have a limited lifespan. And I felt really sorry for the gentleman who spoke a couple of presenters ago and said that he'd bought in 2023. So his capital investment is completely destroyed. I refer back also to in my submission to the Council's own Jacobs report, which suggested further scientific investigation and a clear rationale for the community is needed. And my understanding is that this hasn't been done, and certainly the people that are presented today don't feel that they have any understanding or rationale of why Council want to do this. And I would urge a rethink for the incoming council. I don't feel it's appropriate for so many outgoing councillors to make a decision of this magnitude affecting people's homes and lives. So I would implore the council to think again. So respect our history, respect people's rights to enjoy the community they and we have created. And I thank you for the patience in hearing so many presenters today on a long and emotional day.
Thank you, Vicky, for that. Appreciate your submission to us today. There's no questions in the room, so if you could say thank you, and you're welcome to continue to watch the rest of the meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Frank Sharp hasn't joined the meeting. If he joins online, we'll take Frank's submission when he joins after the presenter at the time. So we then come to Kara. Kara Drinker, do you want to come and present?
You call it a license. I call it my life. A life made in this place that breathes memory, heaving heavy with history. Not mine alone, but all who have come before and everyone who's ever called it home. The soil holds my soul and the weight of my past, planted trees, buried pets, scattered ashes, left little pieces of love that you won't find on a map and can't pack up in a suitcase. This is where my life began, in this little village that raised me, built forts and friendships, lost baby teeth, climbed trees, skinned knees, pinky promises and secrets that I swore to keep, held hands, held hearts, broke some and mended others. I said maybes and why nots. Years later, said yes, I do. It's a boy. The days were bright and filled with so much joy in the summer of my life. I was meant to hold another heartbeat here, a tiny kick, another name, a little seed to grow between my ribs. But instead of watching it bloom, I bleed and break and wait, life on pause, and when all I hear is the slamming of a door on futures we haven't yet held, and the tick of the clock. Now I ration dreams like wartime sugar, cutting corners, counting coins for demolition and deposits, not planning trips or family additions. No baby clothes bought just in case. Measuring hope against IVF quotes and legal fees. This isn't what we'd planned at all, and this was not how it was supposed to be. Instead of counting our blessings, we're counting down summers and seasons like tally marks on a prison wall. I'm so tired, but not the kind that sleep can fix. Bone deep, broken, battered, frazzled, fried, earthquake, tired, aftershock soul, every rattle taking its toll. Every meeting, every report, every letter, yet another tremor. You have cracked me in places that I didn't know could split. But still, I hold my head up, show up, speak up, even though my voice shakes. At hearings where you don't hear me, bringing evidence that you don't read, to defend a home that you've never stood in. You're not just evicting, you're hollowing the bone, extracting marrow from a sacred place that was never yours to own. But do you even see it? What you're doing and undoing? Have you ever paused and asked yourself why? Hesitated, or wondered if you're being shown both sides, or just the one that fits? The truth is softened and bent, filtered down through the chain. We present proof, met with the next excuse that doesn't add up. Bad math, moving targets, whack-a-mole game. Your reasons rise like weeds after rain. Pull one out and two more grow in its place. We are not dumb or deluded, nor wear tinfoil hats. We are not your stereotype or your punching bag. We are clever and stitched together with hope and grit and spit and string. We've built this life we love from scratch, and you will not burn it down so easy. Ask yourself, does this really feel like justice? And when my words fall silent, will they linger like a bruise, or is this just wasted time and wasted breath if you're just going to give us the kiss of death? And will you one day regret how you just looked away and keep telling yourself this was some sort of mercy? How I envy Dorothy with her wonderful wizard and yellow brick road. Or where are my ruby slippers and my red glitter escape? 3 soft clicks of my heels to make this grief fade, repeating the mantra like a prayer. Words so much truer than I ever knew. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. We're still here, still standing, still hurting, but still burning, yearning to bring the truth to the light. And tonight, when you close your eyes, I hope you see a glimmer of what you tried to snuff out. A small, stubborn flame, still naming this place home.
Thank you, Kara. Elizabeth.
Thanks, Kara. That was beautifully written. I couldn't even do that justice. But I just want to ask you, do you feel safe in your home when you hear all the arguments we have over climate and floods, etc.? Do you feel safe living there?
Yes. Yes. I feel like, your home is your safe place. And, I've been thinking a little bit about, what my response would be to some of the questions that we've heard today. Like Grant, you've asked multiple questions around triggers. And, I think when there are no options on the table, your personal threshold for triggers is going to be like really high, maybe unreasonably so. But when it's a choice between an adversely affected home or no home at all, like what would you choose? And Sophie, you mentioned, like you touched on like managed retreat and land banking and having another option. Like I'm one of the people that have a long history, like my mum mentioned being 4th generation, I'm 5th and my son's 6th. Even though I love this place where we are and can't imagine calling anywhere else home, if that were an option on the table, somewhere else to go, like my personal thresholds would drop drastically. And, even if all of our fees were rising, if it's funding our future, I think that everybody would probably feel very differently, and the conversations over the last 18 months would be completely different, and this day would not be what it is today. And also, since this has been a bit of a recurring theme in the Q&A section today, like maybe this actually should have been a part of the consultation instead of just 3 options of, bullshit.
Thanks, Cara. Appreciate you sharing your submission and also answering those questions for us. Thank you. The next presenter is Andy Foster. Andy's online with us today. Andy's presenting two submitters, 202 and 203.
Hi, Sam, and hi, everyone. And look, my apologies for appearing like this. I had an operation this morning, so it looks a bit ugly underneath the beanie. So look, thank you. My name's Andy Foster. I'm a New Zealand First Member of Parliament, and my responsibilities include being our local government spokesperson, and I've had 30 years sitting in your seats as a member of local government, as a councillor and as a mayor. Look, I'm sorry I can't join you this morning in person, or this afternoon in person, because obviously I had to have an operation today. As you're aware, I've taken a close interest in the Upper Selwyn Huts community since I first visited it last year. And I've visited it on further occasions and corresponded on this matter with both the council and the community. On every visit that I and any colleagues have made with me, we've been warmly welcomed by gatherings of virtually everyone living at Upper Selwyn Huts. We've been privileged to be invited into people's homes and to get to know residents and their stories. And you've heard a lot of those stories today. And I've got to say, I'm very much looking forward to future visits, and I hope that they will go on for quite some time. It's clear to me that in Upper Selwyn Huts, you have something which is uniquely different and is something quite special. That's both its physical, we've heard a lot about heritage, but physical characteristics and the very special strength of its community togetherness, and you've heard a lot about that today. In my view, this community and this place is something quite special that is worth treasuring, not looking to terminate. I've listened to a good part of today's submissions, and you've got to say there is so much humanity, memories, emotions, love and life that you cannot possibly have missed this consistent, coherent, emotional and passionate message. And I just appeal to you, please do not destroy this community. Please do not destroy all these people's lives for what appears to be very little reason. Seems to me that council has had an ever-changing rationale for removing the settlement, and that's at least since 2019. However, the reasons for doing so are constantly changing, and the rationale is now very weak, and quite clearly it is not clear to your submitters at all, and to the community at all. I encourage you very strongly to change tack, to embrace the ongoing existence of the Upper Selwyn Huts community, and to do what you can to support, nurture and celebrate the Huts community. Just in terms, you've heard a lot about the reasons given over time for the removal of the settlement. You've dealt with the original one, which was wastewater treatment. Then we had all the rationale around potential sea level rise and flooding risk. However, your own consultants told you this risk was overstated, and the risk to the settlement is now neither certain, nor is any timing of that certain. It could be many, many decades away, it could be a century away, it could never happen at all. And it's also worth considering, and I have heard the comments around your near neighbours in Huranui. They've adopted what seems a very sensible and collaborative triggers-based approach in respect of their Amberley Beach community. They've developed what I understand is a self-funding arrangement for any eventual relocation if that is required. And currently the concerns that I've heard appear to centre around building standards and fire safety. The originally proposed lease conditions were, in my view, one-sided and draconian, and the community understandably reacted against them last year. The currently proposed conditions are considerably less invasive, so thank you for that. However, I know that strong community concerns remain, and you've certainly heard that, in part because of the damage that has been done to this community's trust in council over several years. I really encourage council to work with residents to develop any lease agreements collaboratively. And I'd also like you to note that there is a lot of population growth and densification across New Zealand, and that means that an increasing number of dwellings are being built on smaller sites and in close proximity to each other, and that indeed is being encouraged. I'd also say to you that the settlement also precedes any Building Act, and I understand most dwellings, if not all, considerably predate even the housing improvement regulations of 1947, so it would be unreasonable to expect them to meet current building codes. You've heard quite a bit over time about lease length and renewal, and last year you were given incomplete advice from your officials that leases under the Reserves Act could only be for a maximum of 33 years. Of course, you now know that you have absolute liberty to be able to renew those leases beyond 33 years. And then that indeed actually is the norm. And just think about all the sports clubs on council administrated reserves, recreation reserves right across the country. Councils can and should renew leases unless there is good reason not to. It's also important to note that the purpose of this reserve is Huts community, not vacant land, not recreation reserve, not anything else. It's Huts community. So removing the hut settlement or planning to remove the hut community is contrary to the classification under which the reserve is held, being a local purpose reserve for that purpose of hut settlement. So that means, in my view, that council has an obligation to manage that reserve for that purpose. It's also contrary, in my view, to the Reserves Act Section 3AV, which provides for the preservation and management of areas of, in this case, historic, cultural and archaeological values. I'd also note that you as a council adopted the Selwyn Strategic Heritage Plan just 2 years ago, and the number one listed goal there was identifying and protecting heritage. The importance of telling stories is also a key aspect of that plan, and I suggest that it will be a good idea, and you've heard from just recently, particularly from Vicky, that an assessment of the undoubted heritage values of the Upper Selwyn Hut settlement will be well in order, and the rich stories that it can tell. We've talked in the past about significance classification, and last May, when I wrote to you, I challenged your then categorisation of your decision-making on the hut settlement's future. At that stage, in your March 2024 report, you said that the report is deemed to have a medium significance assessment for council activity. So it was really pleasing last year that when you were challenged on this, that you reconsidered the medium categorisation and call it a high categorisation, because it might not be important for the whole community, but it's certainly of very high significance when you're talking about people's homes to this part of your community. And so you had a much more comprehensive consultation. What's not clear now is why the categorisation has been reduced back to medium. So I put it to you that the issues that you're considering remain of high significance. The fact that you've had a whole day with essentially the whole community turning out to tell you that should underline that. In terms of decision making, you're legally required to consider all practicable options, and clause 77 of the Local Government Act tells you that you're required in the process of decision making to seek to identify all reasonably practicable options for the achievement of the objective of a decision, and to assess those options in terms of their advantages and disadvantages. Now, quite clearly, again, as you've heard, that the options consulted on in this instance do not include all the reasonably practicable options. Specifically, they do not include the option of renewing leases beyond 33 years, as is allowed for, as I've said, in the Reserves Act. Then in terms of council's approach to decision-making about the settlement, you've also heard, and I've heard that said, that council does not need to have, and quote, does not need to have a reason for terminating the hut settlement, the hut leases. And with respect, I think you need to have and be able to articulate very clear, very solid reasons, because this is a community and these are people's homes. This is an immensely significant issue for part of your community. So you've got to have a very good reason why you want to essentially terminate that. Visiting council last month, I was given a presentation, but also councillors made comments to me about the ownership of the huts, saying that some people own and let out multiple huts. They clearly saw this as reducing the value of that community. Now, the advice that I've been given is that of approximately 96 dwellings, only about 10 are rented. Most of the renters are single, solo parents, and there's 1-2 adult family, I understand. That rental percentage of 10 to 11% is actually far lower than the New Zealand average of about 34%. People rent and live at Upper Selwyn huts because it is still relatively affordable and because of the rural environment and a strong sense of community. I'd also stress that for many of the residents of Upper Selwyn huts with whom I have spoken, the huts represent a place to call home. Here I don't merely mean a roof over their heads, but much more than that. In visiting, I've clearly seen the enormous value of a supportive community for residents who often need that. Several residents told me that their limited life savings were wholly tied up in their homes at Upper Selwyn huts, and you've heard that again today. They have no likelihood of being able to afford a property elsewhere, and Council's paper of March last year clearly anticipates that evicted residents will likely end up on the wait list for Kāinga or another social housing provider. As I said, when I visited Council last month, I received a very full presentation about the costs of growth for the Selwyn district, and I look forward to working with you on that. But this also included Council asking government to invest in public housing in the Selwyn district. Now, that doesn't sit at all well with seeking to remove a sizable group of people from their existing self-owned homes, knowing that this will mean many more will require social housing, which you said yourself doesn't exist. So my question to you is, given this background, and given Council's statutory obligation to residents' social wellbeing, and indeed your own excellent affirmation, which you start your council meetings with, what assessment have you taken of the social wellbeing impacts on residents of the proposal to remove them? So finally, in terms of a way forward, I suggest 4 things. First, that leases be allowed to be renewed for 33 years, and then there is no specific finite date. that leases include, second one, leases include in respect to flooding and sea level rise a reasonable trigger approach agreed with the settlement community where a retreat is only required if certain physical hazard triggers are reached. Third, the council co-develop lease documents with representatives of the hut settlement community. In other words, you don't impose them, but you co-develop them. And fourth, if council is genuinely concerned about its own obligations, then I suggest seeking an alternative administrator for the reserve. The land is Crown land, not council land. I know that you've previously asked DOC to take on the reserve, and DOC has not been very keen to do that. But my suggestion is that you consider transferring the administration of the settlement back to an entity formed to represent the huts community itself, as was the case at one stage in the past, and council may or may not wish to be party to such an entity. So I'm going to keep a strong interest in what decisions you make, and anything I can do to help you in making good decisions, I will do so. And I thank you for your time.
Yeah, Andy, thank you for that and for your ongoing interest in this and concern for the community and visiting from your position and home away from here. So
no,
I've got a question in the room, a couple of them from Deborah and then Elizabeth.
Thanks, Andy. Can you hear me?
I can.
Right. Just for clarification, with regards to the hut leases or the deed of lease, with the deed of license, my apologies, under the Reserves Act, if payment is not forthcoming with regards to those deed of licenses, what is the comeback that the council has with regards to the Reserve Act in allowing habitation to still continue?
Look, I don't know the detail of that, but I would have assumed that that is like any other debtor that you have, that you have the ability to pursue that, to say, well, look, you owe council money, you need to pay up.
Cool, thank you. And Elizabeth?
In terms of the triggers, Andy, are we going to have some strong direction from the government with the climate adaptation bill as to what nationwide those triggers are going to be for the entire country, and should those be the same triggers that we use in this situation? That's my first question.
Goodness me, that's a big question. Look, I think well, the first one obviously is we've got to stop building things in the wrong places, but that's building new stuff in the wrong places. Where it comes to managed retreat, I think that the first bit is, have we got the right reasonable expectation in terms of the level of sea rise that might occur and storm impacts. I think there is definitely doubt about some of the more extreme numbers that are being used, and the 8.5, which I think has been used for some of the work here, is certainly at the top end. It's like if nothing is done globally to respond to global warming, then we might end up with that. And then there is the issue, if we get to the point of retreat, is who pays for that retreat. And here I can only advance a personal view. I'm a lot less sympathetic to people who've built right next to the sea in the last maybe 20 years because we've known about climate change than I am in the situation where people have, or dwellings have been there for, in this, as is the case in this situation, for 100+ years.
My second question is, you talked about council transferring this back. Obviously, Department of Conservation wasn't the option. So I just wanted to clarify, because I couldn't hear very clearly, transferring it back to a committee led by the community. Was that one of the options that you proposed?
Well, I think it was till the local government reorganisation in 1989 that there was the Springston South Domain Board, I think it was. So there was a governance structure. Clearly, you need a governance structure to run this. And, I would say, look, if you are genuinely concerned about council's liabilities, now I might think you're overstating those, but if you're genuinely concerned about council's liabilities, you can say, well, is there another way of managing this? It was obviously managed in that way for, well, that's, 100 years or close to 100 years. And obviously, by and large, reasonably well. Obviously, there have to be arrangements with council in terms of the provision of services, but you've got the wastewater sorted out and the way in which things were rated and so on. But I think if you let the community partially at least manage itself, you might want to help them out in that in terms of council representation on that. That's a model that you could look at. But I'm just putting that as a suggestion which you might want to explore.
Thank you, Andy, and appreciate your thorough presentation to us today.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All the best. Thanks.
Suzanne Allen, did you present? Oh, yeah. Welcome back.
This is on behalf of my third son, Michael, who was Ari's neighbour. So he's a bit emotional having lost him on Monday. So I'm reading his out for him. I stay in my family's holiday home at 39 Spackman Ave. As a family, we've owned this for 30 years, coming out every weekend, school holidays, Christmas, New Year. We've had the opportunity to escape the rat race and the pressures of living in the city, also in the eastern suburbs, as we grew up. We've fished, gone eeling, floundering, tree hut making, etc. Our own children have been able to do the same, and the next generation is looking to enjoy all that we have had. The sense of community here is something you'll never have in everyday suburbs. From Christmas, New Year galas, races, fancy dress, boat races, cricket, tennis games, people in relations would come from all over to enjoy these festivities at Christmas time. All of this you are now wanting to end for us. Why? None of us want to live as you do. We don't want to live in suburbia with neighbours we don't know. We know everybody in our streets, and we're not doing any harm here and never have. Why can't we live as we are? What are your real reasons? As for the inspections, would you like me to walk around your home, checking that you are tidy, meeting the codes of compliance, etc.? I've recently been to the West Coast, and some of the houses over there are an eyesore, but their council isn't getting on their case, or inspecting, or being threatened to be evicted. They also have roads cut off several times a year due to washouts and flooding, etc. So what's the difference? Your scenarios are ridiculous. I would like each one of you to give me a reason why you want us gone. One word. Can I ask each of you to give me an answer? We've put ourselves up here for questions. I'm asking each of you councillors that are here today.
Hi, Suzanne. That won't be part of the hearings today. This is a time for us to listen to you and your concerns.
No, and I will. I am speaking on behalf of my son, and this is something I think that you as a council are not understanding. You will go and shut the doors and you'll discuss, as you do, about us, what's for us going forward, and we will know nothing until you come back and give us the flashed up, shiny little version of it. I only want one word. You know, why do you, as if you do feel that we should go, what would that be for?
And all
Climate,
of that, and
or
all of that discussion will be held. There's no closed doors meetings. The next conversation on this is in front of anyone that wants to come in 2 weeks' time, when we'll be deliberating all of the work that's come before us, all of the submissions, and all other material to make a decision. So
well,
it'll be in 2 weeks'
for that,
time.
Sam, and I think you'll find that all of these people, and probably more, will be there to hear that. But I don't believe it will be an honest. I don't believe that you will not leave this meeting today and in the next 2 weeks not individually discuss it or anything in any other way until you get together in a fortnight. You're going to get together in a fortnight and tell us what you've decided. So that's different to discussing. And you've had the right to ask us questions, but we cannot ask you. I just feel that's not fair in the politest way. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I've got a question.
Question, Suzanne. There was a question from Elizabeth, but given your submission was from your son, so Elizabeth, this question, he's not here to answer, so
She can take home to him. Well, I just want you to take this home to him and let him know. So it's this question/statement. Would he like to, is the question. Email each of us, and he's welcome to ask us those questions that you can't ask us on the floor today.
thank you, Suzanne, and thank you for presenting on behalf of others today as well. The next presenter is Claire Lawrence. Is Claire here? No. Okay, that brings us, there was earlier, Frank Sharp hasn't joined online. So I just ask that as we come to at the conclusion of the submissions today, we need to consider that any questions that councillors would like the papers to consider ahead of the deliberations in 2 weeks' time. You may have some thoughts right now about some questions that you have that you want to make sure are in the paper, and they need to be communicated to Sharon. There also will need to be time to think about what we've heard today and ask those questions as well. So if, I can give you till the end of tomorrow for those questions to be raised with Sharon, so that staff have time to respond through the paper that will be made public ahead of the meeting of hearings in 2 weeks' time. Sharon, is there anything else procedurally that we need? Just to note that Malcolm, Shane, and Megan are apologies for today, and Shane was here earlier on and off on the line, but just if that can be noted. And Sharon, was there anything that needed to be said? Okay, was there anything from councillors that you wanted to raise today around process for the hearings, or any particular information that you think is going to be required for those hearings? Sorry?
Sorry, just to confirm the hearings, the deliberations will be here in Lincoln Event Centre, and there's a calendar invite out to you, and we'll aim to be doing in the same room, because we want to make sure that everybody can come when we know that there's restrictions in terms of how many can come into council chambers.
Grant.
I wanted to speak to the audience because it was raised about questions from me directly to the community, and can you hear that better now?
Fine.
Better now. I wanted to raise a couple of submitters raised the questions that have been directed back from me in particular to the group. They may seem direct and they may be uncomfortable questions, but they are really helpful for us to understand what you think about things. And we have to ask those hard questions. Well, I did, because if I'm going to provide deliberative answers to the questions you raised, I need to know what you think about things. I'm sorry if it has seemed direct and intrusive into your lives, but it is really helpful to us.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
I just wanted to quantify how much time we've allocated to the hearings here.
Now,
No,
is
so no,
this the last thing for the hearings?
No, when we have deliberations, sorry. When we have the deliberations, how what's the time frame that we've allocated towards that?
Thursday, 2 weeks' time, I think the date is. Yeah. At the moment, it's the day. Yep. Deborah.
Thank you. Look, given that we've heard a lot about in the submission process about the district-wide rates for targeted costings for sewage and water, I would like information presented to understand what that covers in the deed of licence currently, and compare that alongside what's actually being charged with regards to the general rate, to the targeted district-wide targeted rate for the rest of the district, just for a comparison. I'd also like to understand more about how your rates are actually charged in comparison with the rest of the rating district. I would also like to understand with regards to, and it was mentioned by Susan Allen and some others earlier in the report, about in 1995 when they were on the committee, there were hut fees collected for management, administration, and over and above the sewage and water for the maintenance. I would like to understand if that's still collected within the hut fees, and how's that proportioned out. The reason why I'm asking this is, in fairness, it's important that the district-wide rate collected is understanding whether it's comparison with yourselves.
This time that we've got here now is not to debate the issues, it's to seek clarification so that staff know what we need. Okay, and no, because it was inappropriate to ask the group about things. This time is actually to seek information from staff about what we need for the deliberations next week. Sophie?
Yeah, I'll send my stuff through by email, but I just wanted to clarify the scope of it because the hearings are about the deed of license, and it was quite specific in the consultation that we're not talking about the license fee, the wastewater pipeline costs or rates. However, they and other aspects have been raised during the hearings. So is it possible to at least have some part of that Thursday to go through some of that information and discuss it, just because otherwise we're not doing justice to the guys who've
Yeah.
come and spoken to us.
There will need to be information presented for which we're not making the decision on, because the decision will be based on some of the information that's presented. The dollars will be part of next year's annual plan conversation, based depending on the decision that's made in 2 weeks' time. Yeah. Was there anything else people wanted to raise or seek guidance on? So I do want to thank everyone for coming and staying for the day, for both the unique stories that you've shared with us and also the unity that you have shown together as a community, and the stress and the stories, the passion, the hurt and the hope for the future that you've all presented to us. We've heard about homes and families and memories, holidays, cousins, weddings, and future generations, as well as those that in the past have contributed to making the place so special. We have listened to all of that, as well as what submitters have not been able to present today and have given to us in written form before now. And all of that will be considered as part of the deliberations next week. Thank you, everyone, for your time with us today, whether it's been online or in person, and we'll declare the hearings closed. Thank you.